but it's
right.
Yeah.
Well,
The only thing I've written is a poem.
Well, yeah,
Poem?
poetry is tough to write, though. So
I've got one published
too.
poem. That's it.
really,
No
it's
novels.
published. Where did you publish
Yeah,
it? That's really
one
good.
of them.
It's hard to
Oh
get
my
published.
gosh. I mean, it's in a book of poetry. So believe me, this is nothing great. It was
Wonderful.
after I had my son. I was feeling really inspired.
Oh.
But I write poetry all the time. It's so weird. I'll just get these ideas and then I'll write it down. I love poetry because it's literally, 6 lines.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
AI is
poetry
actually
good.
very good at writing poetry.
Oh,
Yes.
Kevin, you know what?
Kevin,
If I was in charge of this stream, which I'm not, Kevin is today, I would X him out, Jen. Right now, I would X him right out.
I know it's not the
Bye-bye.
same because poetry is supposed to come from a place of the heart and real feeling. But I think the AI is not good at writing. It's not good at writing stories. It's not good at writing narrative. But poetry or like lyrics for songs can be vague enough, that it's good at just kind of wording.
Yeah.
But it's obviously not coming from a place of the heart.
Oh, Kevin.
So I would love to promote my nephew and my niece. My niece is she is a Amazon. No, she's a top novel writer in the
Oh, wow.
arena of like a Narnia and Star Wars. Her name's
So fantasy and sci-fi.
Rebecca Coffendaffer. Yeah,
Oh,
she's
wow.
sci-fi, but she's Crown Chaser. So that's her big stream of books. And then she has a brand new line out, but she's a top writer. Her name's Rebecca Coffendaffer, Crown Chaser. If you guys if you're into that sci-fi, that's what she does. And
I would
then
love to interview her if you can mention it to her. I would love to interview her.
to interview her? Oh, she would probably
Yeah.
love that. I'm going
the
to see
channel, 'cause
her on the 20th. I'll ask her.
And I think I want to do more with interviewing authors too on my channel. So if you would please ask her, that'd be great. And I do love sci-fi and fantasy and
That's her thing. And then my other nephew is Luke Bessire, and he writes only nonfiction. He actually, I know people aren't going to believe this. You can look it up yourself. He discovered a tribe in Uruguay. I believe it's Uruguay. It might be Paraguay. Sorry, I don't know. But a tribe that nobody knew existed. He almost died because he contracted something up there. He's, taught at Princeton, Stanford. He's an anthropologist, a world-renowned anthropologist. So he writes books. His big book that he just wrote is about our water supply and how our water supply is in peril, I believe, in the Midwest. But his name's Lucas Bessire. He's a renowned anthropologist. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He's amazing. He would be
I'd love to
another one.
interview him too. I watch a lot of, I read a lot of articles and watch a lot of shows on similar topics, not, to the anthropology and the lost, what do they call them? The uncontacted peoples, and they protect them in South America to try to keep them so that they're uncontacted. They try to shelter them that way. There are multiple tribes down there that are like that, but
you would love to talk to him because he literally discovered this tribe. That's sort of what he's famous for, but almost died doing it. Contracted something, and then he spent a long time. You could talk to him all about it. He's funny and entertaining and hilarious. And Rebecca is smart as a whip too. I think you would love to have them on your show if you're going to feature different authors. That would be such a cool niche.
Yeah.
Well, see if you can get them, and we can do them on either my show or all the shows if you're interested in the topic yourself, or if you're interested, Margaret. But I'm definitely interested. So
yeah,
if you see them over Christmas or whatever, tell them get a little tiny yellow channel that would be interested.
I'll tell them. I see him on the 20th.
Your channel's great. Little tiny yellow channel. That's fun.
We do a lot of yellow press.
You do. Yes, you do. That's great.
So So what
Oh
are
my
we
gosh, we
expecting
just
today?
saw a pig right in the middle of Jacksonville, Florida.
Really?
Seriously, like
On the loose?
driving down a very, very busy street. There's a pig walking around. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I
Wow.
just have to report that. I wish I would have taken a pic.
Oh my
They don't
gosh.
have,
That's
is it a
funny.
pig or like a wild hog that would be down there? Like a pig that escaped from a farm or?
We think a wild hog, but we're in an extremely busy area, very
Yeah.
rural and or non-rural, very busy. Uh, we're on a 4-lane, not highway, but busy street, and there was a pig off to the side. It's just weird.
That's funny.
Yeah, very cool.
Wow.
So what are we expecting from the trial today? Does
I was-
does anybody, and how close are we getting to the prosecution ending their case? What do you guys think we're waiting for still?
We still have Anna's friends
Mhm.
who will testify. Maybe he's saving that to the end to really remember. I said there hasn't been, well, both Jen and I have said there hasn't been enough of Anna, like beautiful pictures of her and really focusing on the victim. Sadly, we've seen blood and pieces of tissue. So I believe those will be part of Anna. So we still have to have the DNA people on. So you remember with a trial, it's with evidence like this, it's piece by piece by piece. So
Yep.
they have to take it through the chain of custody to show that that chain was not broken from the time the first investigators saw it to the time they cut it out. You got to make sure that, and in the whole, I think right now they're focusing on, the defense is focusing on cross-contamination. So trying to raise reasonable doubt with the jury that this blood evidence could have been cross-contaminated by investigators coming in and out. So, what else? And then, of course, the defense has to put on its case. Well, they don't have to, but it sounds like they will.
Who is the
That's
friend
what
that
I'm
was in the
waiting
house
for.
that evening?
Me too.
Jen, can you tell us about the friend that was in the house that night with the couple, or whoever was in the house that night?
All I know is he was a very close friend of theirs, and I think he's going to make a very interesting witness because he saw them at their last moment, her
Right.
last moment alive, and his last moment before he started, decided to chop up his wife later.
Right.
So he's going to be I'm going to be tuned into that, and I agree with Margaret. It's been really quite a dry trial, actually. There's just been nuggets. To me, it's been very dry, starting from the beginning. Not because it's anybody's fault. That's just the nature of this evidence, like the long interview tapes that were
Right.
so redundant, and the introduction of scientific evidence is always, slow. But we need to get Anna back into the focus so this jury can really feel her, because they're not feeling her right now.
Mhm.
And
There's
that
been
has to
no
happen.
emotion in the trial, like you said, dry. There's been absolutely no emotion, no witnesses.
Well, no, there has. Don't forget, William Fastow was the most emotional person.
Yeah.
Her lover, and I could tell
Yeah.
he had been so he was so in love with her. You could see him hurting on the stand. I mean, he probably has some guilt, thinking, gee, if we had waited, maybe he found out about the affair. Maybe I shouldn't have texted her on New Year's Eve. Maybe that's why she's not here anymore. So I could see that on his face. So that, I thought he was the most emotional. And so this guy, the witness that was there on New Year's Eve, was Jem Mutlu, and he lives, he's from the Boston area, and he runs a successful real estate business in Boston. So that's how she first met him. But I imagine he is very close to Anna and very broken up. So I imagine he might be one of the last witnesses the Commonwealth produces, because, he's going to be very emotional and bring her to life, I hope.
Do you guys have any comments on the order of the witnesses? So like in the Karen Reed trial, we had 2 trials, and the order of the way the witnesses was presented was very different in the second trial from the first trial. So I know it's probably hard to comment at this point before we see all the witnesses, but do you have any early comments at this stage as to the order of things? For instance, presenting the boyfriend, was he presented at the right time in this case, or?
Usually, when I was a prosecutor, I would try to present witnesses in the order of telling a story, because you're telling a story to the jury and you're trying to present your facts and evidence in the best possible light. So,
Right.
I don't know. In this case, and you also want to mix it up, because you don't want to have too much forensic evidence all together, because after a while the jurors might zone out. So you have to be cognizant of that. What do you
Right.
think, Jen?
No, I agree. It's good to go chronologically. You don't want to lose your jury in terms of, you know, shotgun scattering of rounds where they're confused about how everything happened. So I agree with that. I think you also needed to put him in the middle, because let's face it, you know, they were having an affair, and not everybody is going to feel great about that, right? So I think that later coming forward with, you know, the other friends to bring her alive again will be good.
Yeah.
And he's important, but I think people underestimate how that might have an effect on the jury. I know I've mentioned it a couple of times, and I'm telling you, all it takes or can take is one juror that was scorned having some sort of sympathy that for no reason, nothing to do with the facts, could, you know, change their vote or not. You know, it could affect their vote is what I mean.
Yeah. And, you know, here in different parts of the country also may react differently to that type of evidence. And here in Massachusetts, I don't know. I feel like a juror, you never know, but you know, I feel like jurors may be against it, but not hold it against Anna. Now, I also think that it is bothersome to some of my friends. So I talk about this case with my girlfriends, and some of them were saying, you know, how could you not spend Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve with your family, with your kids? So that was an issue that came up with my girlfriends here in Massachusetts.
Yeah. But in between the first and the second Karen Reed trials, I had worked up a script for a show that I never did, but it's something that I think about. And it's just, at the end of the day, I didn't really feel qualified to put something like that out there that was advising, for instance, prosecutors. But I've given a lot of thought to, as a writer, narrative techniques. And I gave a lot of thought when I was writing versus screenplays versus plays versus short stories or novels. And there's a lot of different narrative techniques you use to get people to pay attention, to remember certain things. It was actually Prosecutor Lally, that made me think about that a lot, because, you know, he seemed to be lacking in certain ways that would keep a jury paying attention. And so that's just, you know, something that I think about here too. And I don't know if you guys think that, you know, for instance, it is important generally to tell a story chronologically, although no rule is 100% in any kind of narrative telling, because you have other rules. Like you said, you want to try to make sure a jury is paying attention. So if the chronology is too long and too dry, then in storytelling, sometimes you do something to bring people back, you know, get their attention again. So I don't know. There were certain techniques that you would want to do. I think it's something I want to give a lot of thought to, and maybe Margaret will too, because she's written books. You know, just the narrative techniques. Normally in storytelling, you have a setup, and then you have a middle, and then you have a resolution at the end. Is that the way you go with a trial? You know, a trial is a different animal, but it is still, at the end of the day, a story that's being told to a jury.
100%. And so is an opening statement and a closing argument. It's a story, right?
Hey, y'all, I'm going to have to sign off. Sorry, but I agree with everything Kevin and you were saying, and maybe that's why they put the boyfriend in the middle after some of the boring stuff. But I'm signing off, and I will be back.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Drive safe.
What time is it now? Are they running late?
9:09. You know, they probably got some business going on, right?
Yeah, they probably do, all that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So when I would prepare my opening statements before the jury, I would put my writer's hat on for those. And then you also, when you deliver the opening statement, it's the start of the trial. So it's very important. They say many cases are decided in opening statement. So you also
Mhm.
want to really connect with those jurors. You don't want to use notes. You want to use eye contact. You want to get them to trust you in your opening statement. Trust is huge. And I found, no matter, I practice as a prosecutor, but then in civil defense, I did a lot of civil courtroom work, and it's all about trust.
Right.
I was trying cases when I was pregnant. Like one time I was like 9 months pregnant trying cases. I couldn't lose a case when I was pregnant. There was something trustworthy about it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Yeah. So I'm like, I would, I'd say, okay, hey, we'll go to trial. We'll go to trial. And so the other side would get nervous. Oh gosh.
My college roommate is now a judge, but he was recently telling me some stories about techniques he used before he was a judge he was a prosecutor, and how to win the trust of a jury. So were there any techniques that you used? Oh, it looks like we're going to go to court.
Yeah, I used my voice and I used my eye contact.
Mhm.
And I wasn't this like tough. Well, I was tough, but I didn't want to be
Indictment
come across as a bitch.
2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Ford is on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Good morning. Somebody needed to see me.
We needed to see you, Cycle.
Okay.
Yep. Sidebar.
So Brian is just in a sweater today.
Yeah. Maybe he was cold yesterday.
Yeah. That must be a factor. I don't know. Did you advise? No, it's a little different from a prosecutor. Well, so you didn't have a defendant. So yeah, I don't know. But I would think the defense lawyers must go over every detail with their client,
Yeah.
how to dress,
Yeah.
how to look at the jury or not look at the jury. And
Yeah.
I remember
Okay,
somebody
though.
who was a prospective juror on the first Karen Reed trial, and she described how when she came into the court, part of the voir dire, when they were selecting the jury, the prosecution, Adam Lally and his team, didn't look at any of the jurors. But then when they went by the defense was all standing at attention facing them. And that made a big difference to them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She
Another.
didn't-
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go.
No, she didn't end up on the jury, but that was her insight. But go ahead.
Okay. So back in the day, back in the day, a lot of the OUI trials that you could have a jury of 6. So I practiced on the jury of 6 out of Newburyport. And usually, they'd have 8 jurors. So it was 6 in the box. That's what we would call it. And it was wonderful practice. And after the trial, the judge would instruct the jurors. They'd say, hey, if any of you would like to talk to the parties, it was a great chance to learn. So after the trial, some of the jurors would talk to us. And one of the things that they mentioned, they didn't like attorneys who came across as sloppy. So some of the defense attorneys, and I'm sure prosecutors as well, would be looking for papers on their messy desks, and they'd look discombobulated and kind of like sloppy. So I came to believe that jurors hated sloppiness because it looked like the parties were unprepared. So from that day forward, now things are different because you have your computer on the table. But back in the day, you would have transcripts from depositions. You'd have, different police reports scattered around if you're a prosecutor. And you did have to kind of like look through paperwork more than you do today. So I wanted that may have changed from back in the day, but also they did look at appearance, because if somebody came to court, an attorney dressed sort of sloppily and hair all over the place, they would look at that. You'd be shocked.
My first time on a trial as a juror I was in college, And there was, I think we had like, say, 8 or 9 women and the rest guys. So we were definitely in a minority. And women have a different way of looking at things. And I do remember that in that particular trial, as soon as we began deliberations, the first thing that most of the women wanted to talk about was the attorneys for
Yeah.
each side and how
Yes.
they were dressed and how they looked and what, it made a big difference which attorneys they liked. And one side had the expensive attorneys that were expensive suits, immaculately groomed, good-looking people, and the other side, their lawyer looked a little shady, and
Yeah.
so that meant I knew how that jury was going to vote just based on that. So
Yeah.
it was
Again, it all goes down to trust. Do you trust this person? And it goes to voice, intonation, eye contact, and they want to know. They're trying to figure out which side is telling the truth, which side is covering up a lie, which attorney is sleazy, because sometimes attorneys may have a sleazy reputation, so they look for that.
how did you feel the very first time you had to face a jury?
Okay.
And I mean face it, and you were the main prosecutor, so you were the one that had to address the jury.
Like I said, I started with that jury of 6, which was wonderful. However, my first 3 jury trials, I didn't know what style I should adopt. So I copied my mentor, who was a man, and he was a wonderful trial lawyer. He was more bombastic. Okay. So I tried the bombastic style kind of, and whatever. And I lost my first 3 jury trials very quickly. So then
Because you felt it wasn't you. You weren't being yourself.
I wasn't being myself. So then I reevaluated and I said, all right, I'm going to try a different tactic. And luckily they were just OUI trials. And so you could practice, which was just so wonderful. So I went back and I was sort of more like I am today, maybe more, a little more soft spoken and I started winning.
Mm-hmm. Because the jury trusted you. I think so, yeah. I mean that's a great story, because it kind of is the other side of, I told you when I took the Uber last year, and an assistant prosecutor was driving the Uber, and he was kind of funny and colorful but crude, and he told me that the guy with the biggest dick is the one who's going to win the case, which is ridiculous, because obviously why use that term when you've got a lot of women attorneys now. So
he was thinking of Ellen Jackson, that. I originally thought
versus Lally, yeah.
I just think it boils down to trust. Like, so Nancy Grace has a certain style, right? So let's translate that to YouTube audiences, right? So Nancy Grace has a certain style, and she's more of the tough. Maybe
annoy the hell out of people, but no, sorry.
Right. But I don't think that would work for me. And then that's not who I am. But I don't want to I don't want to be boring. That's the worst thing. Oh, there she is again. Wah, wah.
Right. Well, I guess what I was looking for too was, were you nervous? Were you terrified?
Oh God, was I nervous? Hell yeah. Yes. So I didn't want to use notes for my opening statement. So I would memorize those. I'd be preparing for trial up until like midnight the night before, and practicing in a mirror. Of course you're nervous for the first time. You're young too, very young. But luckily it wasn't this big jury of 12. That's why they don't start you with a murder trial or a big, armed robbery case. It's you start with an OUI in the jury of 6, which is, I mean, yeah, OUI is bad, drinking and driving, but it's a good place to start.
Right. I know I would have been terrified, especially as as a young person. I don't think I'd be terrified now, just because I'm so much older and but back then, public speaking and having to address a juror and having the weight of expectations from your boss, the prosecutor, the DA and the police, and
the police,
so much at stake, and depending on the case, the families, the victims.
So they're not going to give you a case, your first time out where there's a victim. I mean, like where somebody was killed by a drunk driver or hit by a drunk driver. You're not going to get that. You're going to get your standard drunk driving case where, somebody failed a field sobriety test and refused a breathalyzer. So
Right.
you go, but it's good practice to, you've got a police officer as a witness. You've got to learn how to handle the police and how to sequester your witnesses and who to call and what order. So that's how you learn. Thank God.
As an assistant prosecutor, so part of the prosecution, and you were in Lawrence, a city courtroom. Did you at any time find yourself in the same social circles as a judge or as any of the judges from the court? You go to a cookout, you go to a party or something.
Well, so they didn't have you over. They had to be careful about that. However,
Right.
you're practicing in the court, and so in the district courts, so a lot of the courts, what they do here in Massachusetts is it's revolving. So certain judges will be assigned, so they would come through. So there would be the presiding judge. So you'd really be in front of the presiding judge all the time. But then sometimes, they would circle through, like you would get, a judge. So you would get to know a lot of the judges in Mass, in at least on the North Shore, and that they would travel through.
Right.
But when you would get to see them or meet them is we would have Christmas parties, and
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, court. Back in the day, we had court Christmas parties, and so the clerks and the defense attorney, everybody would get together for those. It's interesting. I imagine they still have them. I don't know, but
Yeah, because people like me and the public that don't have experience of it, we tend to wonder if the prosecution, to some degree, is on the same team, at least socially, as the judges. Does that give them an advantage? Does it give the prosecution a little bit of
well, yeah. I mean, don't forget the defense attorneys are also in the same courtroom a lot. Like,
Right.
your regulars. So, an Ellen Jackson may come in, or some big attorney from Boston may come up to Lawrence to handle a case. But for the most part, you're really working with the same defense attorneys as well. Like, the defense attorney who has an office out of Andover or Lawrence or one of the surrounding towns, that you'll see them quite a bit, and the public defenders assigned to those courts, you'll see them quite a bit. So you do get to know them. And, it's not always, there were some attorneys where they were always contentious and they're pains to deal with. But, for the most part, most defense attorneys, they'd come up to me. So a lot happens in the hallways of a district court. So they'll come up to you and say, hey, I've got this case, and I'll be assigned to the case, whatever it was. And I'll say, my client is, can you give him a deal? This plea bargaining. Can you give him a deal? He doesn't have a record. Well, it looks long to me. So back in the day, this is funny too. Oh my God. Back in the day, they would have records that would come out on computer paper, the kind of paper that you would have to peel away the sides. So, so sometimes the judges, especially in the first session where you'd have the arraignments, they'd be, I wish I had some paper. There'd be scrolls of paper, so it looked like Santa's good list and bad list. And he'd be scrolling through and he'd hold it up like this and it would fall all the way to the ground. And it would be like, okay, this guy has quite a record. But now it's all computerized. But it was really, we would talk about that. So there were a lot of little idiosyncrasies in the old days before computers really caught on.
Right. Yeah, Starry Night, said, I don't know if Starry is a he or she, but they wonder the same thing. And so I think that's why I try to represent the regular person that's outside the system, that doesn't know how it works, And we saw the same thing in the Karen Reed trial. Like 99% of the public, and frankly, even some of the lawyers that I went with on court TV, they didn't really seem to understand that the state police detectives were working not out of a barracks, but out of the district attorney's office, which, when you think about it, is the only way that makes sense. But as a civilian that never thought about it, you just, maybe without really giving it much thought, just assume that the state police come out of a barracks. Those detectives come out of a barracks every day.
Yeah, you know what? That's kind of unique. And I will say that their offices are separate. Like they yeah, so you think everybody's chummy, but with the big, and again, when I had cases in Lawrence, right, for the most part, they do come out of a barracks. They're coming from the barracks. Okay. But this is a unique unit that investigates homicides. So they work, they work out of their own offices, and they're working on, homicides, or, even they're investigating, any type of death. And so the DA
Right.
gets involved in that, but it's really not like that for the most part. That's unique to homicides, where they come from the barracks.
Any unattended death, right? Outside of
Yeah.
Worcester, Springfield, and Boston, because they have their own homicide departments. And so there were, when I started looking into it, there were 4 troopers that were assigned as detectives to Norfolk County. And then there are other troopers that are assigned that are specialists, like Trooper Guarino with the data.
Oh yeah. The data guys. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep. But it's
And then
not,
there are specialized teams that do come from a state police barracks, like certain criminologists and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, you do get to know the police, that's for sure, as a prosecutor, of course, because you're working with them all the time, whether it's an OUI, operating under the influence case, robbery, so you are working with them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They are your witnesses, but also you can't, you have to tell them, you have to say, hey, I don't think you have a great case here.
Right.
Because they think they have the best possible case ever, depending on what it is. And then you might say, it's going to be tough to prove this. Our witnesses aren't very good. Things
Right.
like that.
And it
But
must be
they
easy
just-
just to, if you're looking at just the evidence from your own side, maybe you can develop your own tunnel vision, you're in an echo chamber, because I kept hearing from my good sources going into both the first trial and Karen Reed and the second trial that the prosecution and the police felt they had a slam dunk case.
No,
And for instance,
we never felt-
I kept hearing that for instance, going into the first trial, that the voicemails that Karen left for John would be game over, but they weren't. And when I heard them, I was like, no, these don't really tell us much,
That's funny.
So,
I never felt like this. I don't know. I must have talked to different people, because so here's the problem. If you go into a case and you think you have a slam dunk, no matter which side you're on, that's the kiss of death. So nobody would ever say, that's just the kiss of death. Believe me, because when I would have cases on the civil side, let's just throw that out there, where I thought I had a slam dunk, those are the ones you lose. And the ones where you think, oh, I don't know about this one. I don't think the jury was buying into my story. Those are the ones you win. It's so if you use,
you don't want to be
slam
overconfident,
dunk,
is what you're saying.
oh my God, if you use the word slam dunk, it literally, weirdly, it's a kiss of death. So I think there were,
I'm not saying they used that word, and I didn't talk to obviously somebody directly. I talked to someone who was the game of phone. So who did talk to them, say,
I talked directly. I talked directly to someone on the prosecution team, let's put it that way, for the Karen Reed trial. And
how confident were they?
They knew that there were a lot of problems with the case. For example, with the Proctor problem, they had to deal with the Proctor problem from the very beginning. And that was a problem. Women on the jury just, you listen to that and you're disgusted, because believe me, when I tried cases and, so I always go back to I go back to my OUI cases. Okay. I had 2 state troopers who were my witnesses. They were together. They were together. So we were talking about, it was a field sobriety test. So the first state trooper gets on, and I'm a young assistant DA. And I say, what color was the car? Red. Then he testifies, and he was very good. Then he leaves, and they were sequestered. So he goes out in the hall. The next guy comes in. So what color was the car? Blue. Boom. I knew after that I'd lose the case. And the jury came back really quickly with not guilty. So the point is, it was an issue with the police. And so the Proctor problem was an issue that was much, much worse than calling the car red or blue, right? So
Right.
I just knew and they were aware of that from the beginning. And yes, the prosecution did believe in its case. They had strong evidence to show that there was a collision. Yet that Proctor evidence that came in was worse than that. That's very hard to overcome for anybody.
Right. And obviously that was a unique case where you had to overcome a social media mob and,
Oh God, yeah.
you know, the fact that they had really contaminated the jury pools. And I think it's also just the difficulty of, if you take that overview from high up, the fact that you had almost no injuries from the neck down on John, and the fatal injury was to the head, and the state didn't claim that was caused by the vehicle. So just from that aerial view of things, you're talking about a case where the state is saying it's a hit and run, but yet there's almost no evidence of injuries for that. So that's
there were just
that's going to be a challenge.
There were a lot of challenging parts of that case as a prosecutor. Really, as we've all taken a step back from the trial now too, and we can look at it more objectively, right? Because we were caught up in it. We were, live streaming and all that. But now if we look back at it, we can say, not surprising that the, obviously the defense, Alan Jackson, and, they were very good at bringing up those problems and using social media. And, again, the Proctor problem was awful. I can't imagine having to deal with that as a prosecutor.
One of the other things, now I'd be curious to hear what you think about. So in that case, in any case, the defense is going to point to odd things that they can't quite explain, like butt dials or something like that.
Yeah.
Were there an unusual amount of odd things in that case? Or because there are going to be odd things in every single case.
Yes.
So were there more than usual there?
100%. Think about if you add up all the weird things in that case, right? So you have like the question mark or weirdness of Higgins throwing away his phone on the base. That's still a weird thing you have to deal with. The butt dials are another thing, and I know they happen. They happen all the time. But there, you start adding up all the weird things, and I think for some jurors, even if a juror hasn't been tainted by social media, like if there's enough weird things in the case, they're like, okay, this is just, there's too much going on here. We can't convict. But yes, I think the Karen Reed case, that's why it was so interesting. That's why it became a global phenomenon, is because of all those weird things. And then you had the conspiracy theories and the dog bite. So there was so much to it. Like in this case, Brian Walshe, there was no, so far in this case, no trooper has misbehaved. They're all coming across pretty well, especially that cute little trooper with the dimples and
well,
stuff.
I wonder what would happen if the
testified
feds
first.
went and got if the feds went and got his private messages going back 5 years. It might be very different.
Yeah, but it has to be relative to this case, right? Whereas Proctor's, it was relative to Karen Reed's case because it talked about Karen Reed and her medical issues, which was just horrible. Like, I mean, as a woman, I take offense to that.
Right.
And I'm not saying I'm on the side of the Karen Reed people. I remember the first trial. I just cringed, and I felt bad for Lally at the time. It's like, oh my God, I wouldn't want to be the prosecutor in this case dealing with this. So even though it wasn't relative, well, it did go to show bias, I will say, but most of it wasn't relative to the actual evidence in the case showing a collision. But it's like, oh, insurmountable. It's so hard dealing with that. I mean, But yeah, so
well,
this
I don't know if you probably didn't face any case quite on that level, but if you faced a case, or even just hypothetically, if you were back in that position, and someone in the defense team is trying to create reasonable doubt by pointing out to all the odd, unexplained things, what would be, as a prosecutor, your strategy to overcome that?
Well, I would try to say, it's kind of just what I said as we covered the Karen Reed trial. I'd say, don't let the defense, don't let that take away from what the facts and the evidence and the data are telling you.
Mhm.
So look to that. And I think Hank did a good job with that. Look to the facts, evidence, and data. And yes, we don't believe we agree Proctor was bad, but don't let that interfere with your
Right.
solid judgment in the case. So you have to come up with some way to overcome, and sometimes
Right.
it's very hard to do with a straight face, because again, the jury has to trust you. So and it's
The approach that I've tried to take with people in the public, which may not work on jurors, and really hasn't, frankly, worked very well with people in the public either, but is basically this: in that it's the defense's job to point out odd things, and there are odd
yes,
things in every case.
yeah.
And the more people that are involved, and because this involved a house party with a lot of people
Oh,
in the house, the more odd things you have the potential to find.
100%. Yeah.
But the way to odd things can be very meaningful. They can indicate something, or they might not. And that's why you have to first look at the most fundamental evidence on the prosecution side. And if that is extremely solid, then those odd things are just odd things and they don't mean anything. But
Yeah.
if, to the extent that evidence might not be as solid as you would like, then those odd things can become more meaningful. That's always, and to me, in the Karen Reed case, the solid things, once you look deep enough, were just so insurmountable. But for many people in the public, they just can't get past the odd things, And it
That's
sounds
all.
like some in the jury were the same way. So
Yeah, I think so. If you have enough odd things, so let's talk about odd things with the Brian Walsh case. So
okay,
the odd things would be, his behavior, the whole fact that he pled guilty to, dismembering moving the body and misleading police. It'll be interesting to see how the judge handles that plea before the jurors.
Mhm.
But I mean, will they be
Are there
able?
any odd things the defense can try to seize on to try to create doubt?
Not as many as Karen Reed, that's for sure.
Right.
Well, I mean, the defense is just going to have to really seize on, he did these terrible things, but he panicked and he didn't kill her. So that's their message that they have to pound away on. So they've got to be careful because they don't want to seize on something that's irrelevant, right? The
Right.
jurors will not trust them if they seize on something so minor. But so you really have to be careful that you've got to maintain that trust. And the trust would be, listen, and Tipton did a good job in his opening statement. Listen, he was basically saying, my client lied. Yeah, he lied. He's a liar. I'll give you that. He misled the police. And obviously there's evidence that he did some horrible things, right?
Yeah.
All the blood. But if you can just really get the message across, all right, you've got to look through all the dismemberment, gross stuff, and then look at the what does it take to prove first-degree murder? Look for evidence of premeditation. Look for evidence of any type of planning, and you're not going to find it. That's what he's going to have to really emphasize over and over.
Mhm.
And this is a very tough case for him to defend, obviously, because it's the evidence is glaring.
And as Alan Jackson told in the second Karen Reed trial, he told the jury, even if you believe that the defendant likely committed the crime, you have to acquit. Even if you believe the defendant very likely committed the crime, you have to acquit, because that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's what the defense will seize on here,
100%.
right? So, the fact that he disposed of the body, dismembered the body, that certainly makes it at least very likely. But they'll try to convince the jury that because we don't know what happened to Anna Walsh, that there is a possibility people act strange, that for some reason he woke up, found his wife dead and freaked out. So,
Yeah. And, you know, in a weird way, the fact that he came up with such a bad story, because, you know, you and I were talking about this, like, come on, come up with it. Really come up with a better story. Like, she fell down the stairs. She was drunk. She hit her head, anything. But
right.
like, oh, I woke up and found her. But maybe because the story is so bad, maybe it's true, right? I mean,
Right.
right?
Who
Like,
would make something up like that? You know?
right. I'm not saying that I'm taking his side, but I mean, in a way, the defense attorney should say something like that in some way. Say, yeah, it's not a believable story, but you know, wouldn't you come up with something better than that? Well, yeah, I don't know, right? So some jurors going to think along those lines, like, it's so bad that, you know, if he's such a good liar, then come up with something else that's more believable. I don't know.
So the theory of odd things doesn't seem to work too well in this particular case. There really aren't a lot of odd things that the defense can point to and say, aha. But one thing they probably could do, I think a common problem with any police investigation that they would be vulnerable is to developing tunnel vision. So police develop a theory very early on. And so, and normally when somebody is just, you know, it's just natural for the police to, when someone is missing like that, and they probably were able to sense that Brian Walshe pretty early on, they were able to sense that he wasn't being forthcoming with them. So they rushed to the conclusion that he killed his wife. This is, again, I'm saying this is what the defense would say. And then after that, they just, as a team, all the criminologists and everybody involved developed tunnel vision. And so they're just looking for evidence that supports that narrative.
Yeah.
Is there a way that they can sell that to a jury?
Well, in this case, I think it's going to be hard because from what we've heard so far, I feel like the investigation was pretty solid, and the troopers so far who have testified have come across as very trustworthy, and it feels like they dotted the I's and crossed the T's. Rush to judgment. It's going to be harder, I think, to argue that in this case. But let's say, for example, let's change the facts for a second. I mean, I think like a writer and you think like a writer. So one of the things you think about or talk about, really not on this show so much, but I think, well, gee, if I were Brian Walshe, what would have been a better way to get rid of the body? So in my thought, okay, let's say there was a fight and he ended up killing her. He threw a bottle at her and hit her in the head. And he said, oh boy, you know, they're going to know it's me. So I've got to get rid of this body. So I would have, I would have somehow at night, this is so bad. I'm not a murderer. I would have somehow, you know, maybe thrown her off this particular.
The more times you say that, the more I start to wonder.
You might suspect. I know. I would have thrown her body off this particular bridge where the current goes into the ocean. Now the body's going to come back up, but then you have reasonable doubt. Did she, you know, the reasonable doubt as a defense attorney would be, did she jump off the bridge and commit suicide? And it's probably not, but, you know, at least it's out there. And then you could probably say as a defense attorney, well, there was a rush to judgment because maybe this other guy, William Fastow, did it too. You know, so there'd be more to play with there, you know, versus what he did. I don't know.
And obviously the defense team probably is, I don't know you can speak to the general rules on this. They're not going to help him concoct a story, you know, so we would think maybe a better story might have been, he might have even tried to argue self-defense, that she threw a nutty and went after him, and and so when he pushed her away, she fell and hit her head. And but then he knew, and he panicked because he knew nobody would buy that or something like that. But that seems more believable than the dying in the sleep.
Yeah, there's no way he'd ever win that too, because she was small, you know, she was short and petite. So that's tough. But, you know, he had some time to think about it, though, right? Because he didn't even dismember. He was Googling that night, New Year's Eve night and into the early morning hours on the 1st. So he had some time to, it
Well, he's
wasn't
had a
like
couple of years to
he
think of his
dismembered
story,
her right
to
away.
yeah, yeah.
No, but he had some time after something happened to her, right? He would have had time to think about, oh my God, what do I do to make it look like I didn't do this, whether she
Right.
died in her sleep or not,
Right.
right? So he had time to like kind of calm down and think about it. So,
Yeah, he didn't do
but
any
he chose
staging, did he? He
dismember.
didn't do any like crime scene staging. He just because he was getting rid of the body, so there was no way to really do any staging.
Right.
I don't know if he
Like,
ever considered that as an option, but
there's all sorts of things you could try to do if you calm down and thought about it, right? He could have tried to copy do a suicide note in her handwriting. I mean, there's all sorts of things he could have tried to do, but other than dismember her and throw her remains in trash bags and hope that they're incinerated, which they were. But I mean, of course, this is Monday Morning Quarterback that we're also,
right.
and we're two
Right.
writers. So,
Yeah.
but it'd be interesting to see what chat thinks about that. Do you guys think I'm over too much? By the way, I wonder what they're doing. Do you think they're talking about how that plea is going to be presented to the jurors? I think maybe that's one of the things they're discussing. They're obviously the attorneys are discussing something important, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it was.
Yeah, and I wonder
But
if
I
it's
wasn't
actually to
there.
do with today's witness, because I think the judge might have. Well, of course, we might not have heard it, but she would have said yesterday, "I want to discuss this tomorrow morning," and why have the jury sit here for
I
doing
know.
nothing for an hour? So I think it might have to do with the current witness.
I don't know, because Tipton said there is something we need to discuss, Your Honor. And so then they went to sidebar. So I
Right.
don't know.
So let's see. Here's a David Allen Productions.
Oh, that's my
I
son.
recognize that name. Yeah, I didn't want to say that. I haven't been keeping up with the trial a ton. How good is Walsh's attorney? So what do you think? You like the attorney, right? The defense attorney.
Yes, I like the defense attorney. I think he's excellent. However, I do have an issue with his sidekick there, the redhead attorney that I felt like I don't think she's quite as strong. And I feel like they went on and on too much with cross-examination and lost the jury. And I even think Tipton did too earlier on in the trial. I said, oh, come on. All right, move on, sit down, make your
Right.
point and move on. So I do have an issue with that, but I really did like Tipton's opening statement. I thought he was excellent, and I feel like he's going to make a good closing argument. But here in Massachusetts, we have very strong public defenders who are on the murder list. So, and he's one of them. Very, very seasoned attorney who's taught a lot of people. So,
Maui watches a lot of trials, and
yes, she
she
does.
says he's good. She says he's
Yeah.
good. So
Yeah. Thank you guys for listening in chat, and any ideas that you have. I'd like to see what you would have done, everyone in chat, if you were Brian Walshe in hindsight. What would you have done? I'd like to know that. Like, better what story would you have come up with other than oh, she died in her sleep? It's just so crazy weird to me. Oh, she died in her sleep.
Valeska thinks Tipton was rude to the witness yesterday, and that's always a fine
Oh.
line, right? Because you're trying to create holes in their credibility, especially someone that's a trooper, one of the investigators. But you don't want to piss off the jury by being unfairly rude, right? It's always a balancing act. And even just like in the Karen Reed trials, Alan Jackson really changed. He was a different Alan Jackson in the second trial than he was in the first trial. He really deliberately changed his personality in the second trial.
He was tougher in the second trial.
I thought he was much more confrontational in the first trial.
Oh,
And
I thought he was. That's funny. I thought he was more confrontational in the second trial. He was confrontational in both, that's for sure. But he was, he knew he had an upper hand, and by the time the second trial rolled around.
Well, the problem with the first trial too, and we can't. It's hard, that makes it hard to compare to the second trial. Is that in the first trial they called all the witnesses from the house, and in the second trial they avoided that. So the witnesses from the house just came across as regular people, and in one case, even a young girl like Allie McCabe, and so Alan Jackson or David Yannetti confronting them in a way that was unfair was potentially counterproductive with the jury, and 9 people seem to have voted guilty or something along that
Well,
line.
that was in the first trial. Yeah.
That's right. So in the second trial, it seemed that Alan Jackson had decided not to do that, but they also didn't have those witnesses from the house in the second trial, so a little bit hard to tell. But most people
I
I've
thought
talked
they
to
went
seem to
after
use it.
McCabe pretty hard. Jen McCabe.
Right.
They
Right.
went after her hard.
Both trials, but yeah.
Yeah, both trials. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, gosh. To go after a witness like that in front of a jury, that's a fine line. You have to be careful because jurors are thinking, God, that could be me. What if I witnessed
Right.
a crime and I got slammed on the stand?
And not just the people in the house, but the first responders too, because they're there was an attempt to make in some. It looks like we're coming in. They really were hard on the first responders at sometimes too.
Oh,
just people that are
yes.
just
Oh, gosh.
EMTs.
Back up here.
Yeah. Well, it worked. Whatever they did, it worked.
Back to sidebar.
Don't tell me back
Lord.
to sidebar. Oh my God, I'm getting hungry.
What have they been doing the last half hour?
Gosh.
Valeska points out that they were hard on Kerry in the second trial, and they chose not to cross-examine Kerry in the first trial.
Oh, that's true. Yep. That's absolutely true. I remember that. Yeah, you're right. What a trial. I mean, you're looking back at it. What a trial. What a trial.
Yeah.
The 2 trials together. My God. I don't know if we'll see a trial like that ever again.
No.
I mean,
I can remember.
There's definitely really good trials out there to watch, obviously, but with so many facets.
When I first, that morning, the Turtle Boys article broke, and I didn't know about the story before that, from like many people, and I got a bunch of texts that morning to that article, and so I called up my moderator, Tom Fleming, and a longtime friend, and I was like, "What do you think? Should I cover this story?" There was really an instinct in my head that said, "No." I couldn't even really explain it. Like, stay away from this thing, And I ended up covering it, and for all the good and bad that comes with that, food sent to my house, and
Oh my God.
threats,
Oh.
and
Threats. You got a lot of them. And names. People called you names.
yeah, people
Jeez.
accusing me of faking cancer and
Which is
accusing
great.
me of molesting girls in
Really?
the bar. Yes.
God, I didn't know that.
None of that ever happened. And
I know.
they tried to connect me to a bar that was closed in the 90s that I had no connection to.
God, that's awful,
But
Kevin.
that's how that mob kind of works,
Yeah, they get, yeah, and then saying horrible things to Peggy O'Keefe, the mother of a murdered child, a murdered son, is outrageous. Yeah,
Mhm.
horrible. So anyway, what the heck is another sidebar? God, Jodi Arias was an interesting trial. That somebody mentioned that in chat. Yeah, I agree. There it is.
I have never contacted Ian Whiffen. I'm just answering a question from chat.
Oh,
The one person who I do know that contacted Ian Whiffen was a writer who I don't think you guys would have heard of, who is trying to do he's a Hollywood connected writer who's trying to do a dramatization of this story, and he's done some. I don't think he's ever going to sell it, and I have no idea if he's even a good writer. I think he's kind of a first time writing for this, but he's connected to Hollywood from some other angle. But he was I've talked to him several times on the phone, and he's really dug into the evidence deep. And he's actually, not only has he talked to Ian Whiffen a couple of times, but he's visited the workshop of what was the Dr. Welcher, the guy,
Yeah.
the prosecution's accident reconstruction witness.
yeah.
So he really, and he's talked to witnesses, and I'm not sure if he's talked to Hank, but he's talked to a lot of people. But that's the only person I know that spoke to with him. I know. I want to eat some breakfast.
I wanted to have another cup of coffee. God. Have you heard or been paying attention to the case of Rebecca Park in northern Michigan? No, I have not. Huh.
So what's the deal
I
with that
will.
case? Let's see.
All right, you Google it, and then let's talk about it since we're running out of things to talk about. Although we never will run out of things to talk about. No. I wonder what's crazy
I
about
don't
it.
even know anything about it, so I just put talk about the Rebecca Park case. Hopefully, let's see. All right, the Rebecca Park case is one of the most shocking and disturbing crimes to emerge from northern Michigan in late 2025. So it's pretty new. Rebecca Park, a 22-year-old pregnant mother from Wexford County, was brutally murdered by her biological mother, her biological mother,
Wow.
and stepfather, who now face charges of first-degree murder, torture, and related crimes. Wow.
That's awful. Those people must be sick.
She was pregnant too.
Oh my God.
She was reported missing on November 4th of this year.
Oh.
Was last seen getting into a dark-colored vehicle near her mother's home. Her body was found on November 25th in the forest after a 3-week search. Her mother and stepfather were charged with murder, torture, and conspiracy. Prosecutors allege the couple lured Rebecca to their home, tortured her, and attempted to remove her unborn baby.
You know what? I can't even. So covering a case that is that sick, that I don't know if there's some cases where the people are just so depraved.
Yeah.
And the evidence is so overwhelming. So, you kind of know they did it from the get-go. That to me,
she
that
had two
was
sons, I guess.
Cover.
She was 21, 22, but she had 2 sons. And so there is a GoFundMe for that.
Yeah.
Why? Why would I don't even
Well, because
I don't
it sounds
understand
like
that case at all.
Yeah.
No, I mean why? I don't mean why support the sons. I mean why would somebody? Why would somebody torture their own daughter? I don't really
Because
understand.
people are sick. Like there's certain people that are absolutely depraved and sick. Like that are just like that. That's awful. So to me, covering that case, I don't know. Like I like covering cases where I don't know. I like covering.
Joey said that the mom told the sister she recently had a baby boy who was in NICU. The plan was for the biological mom and the stepfather to keep the baby as their own. So they were trying to get the baby, but why torture? I don't.
Yeah, I don't even yuck. So that one to me is very bothersome. That would give me nightmares, that type of thing. Yeah.
I don't get the nightmares from the stuff, but this is why I was always kind of not a big fan of true crime, because it's just depressing to think that's
some of it. Yeah. But some of it is interesting. Like, for example, I'd like to cover the Matthew Nilo case in Boston, because to me,
that's the rapist.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, 7 unsolved rapes from the early 2000s occurred, and where, these people were raped. One person was raped at gunpoint, right? So they have to live with it for so long, and nobody was caught until somebody went out and did ancestral DNA, 23andMe, and that DNA was in the database, and it came back to Matthew Nilo, who is an attorney in New York City and engaged to a beautiful woman. And so he I think it's interesting to talk about the double lives that some of these people live. So, the psychological double life type of thing, it to me is interesting. So I like to delve into cases on a psychological level and really, you get some experts in the depraved mind, but I find it interesting that somebody can live Bundy, right? Somebody can live you kind of normal life and, go to law school and all that, but then they have this dark side. So the mask thing is what I think is really interesting. And there's a little
Looks
bit
like
of that
maybe
here.
it looks like maybe we're going to get started. Maybe, but we've
I
said
don't
that
know.
before.
We had some false starts already.
Yeah.
God, what could this be about?
Yes, we are.
I mean, I can put away the side the
Good
gruesome
morning,
and
Francesca.
depressing stories of a case. If there's an unsolved mystery, if there's something that has to be
Yeah.
solved and it's a puzzle that I put my mind to.
Yeah, I agree with you. Oh my God. Oh, I thought they were going to another sidebar. Okay. Oh, what is going on? All right, they've got.
Is this going to be a new witness? Did they finish with a witness
I don't
yesterday?
think they did. I felt like they didn't finish with the witness. I could be wrong. Clark Rockefeller. That Starry Night, that was a good one. Clark Rockefeller. Yeah.
That's good.
There's been some good ones. Jurors must be jittery if we're jittery. Or maybe they're just coming, maybe they went out they might have gone out. I can't tell if the jury's still there.
Do you have the,
I know there's been so many ceiling fan moments. Looks like, all right, they
Here's
must
the
be bringing
jury.
them in now, right?
Yeah, they're bringing them in now. So at least they got to go back, have another cup of coffee and a donut.
Yeah.
Whereas we couldn't.
When I was on jury duty in Lawrence, Margaret, the place that they brought us lunches from, the food was excellent.
I bet it was. There was a lot of great restaurants around that courthouse.
It was actually some like Italian little restaurant place in North Andover. I can't remember the name of it, but it was very good.
Here. All persons have into for the Honorable Justice Diane Fernand, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Ron here, give your attention to shall be heard. President Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
good morning, jurors, welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We will start today, as we do every day, with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media? And you still all have open minds? Thank you, all jurors. For the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the,
Yes.
and right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peabody, in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles?
In
Like,
regards to what?
what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet, there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote, did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the end, the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? That, what we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood or not, correct?
Correct.
And that, you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you use that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing instrument we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sarachek card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything, even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, in that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please? You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went to the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in exhibit 97, lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, was it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was active, right? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stains you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterize as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not.
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, Exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke?
I don't.
you have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan.
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who was a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can from you, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January 1st? Once again, we understand it's approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues.
Yes.
And what you do is tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations, or shortly thereafter, and then later on, you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file, and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your rooms. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Okay, we have a sidebar. Thought we had used up our allotment of sidebars this morning. So the questioning is, that this is a defense attorney questioning the trooper Keefe, who was assigned to as a criminologist to gather evidence in the case. Just seeing what you guys think in chat. Margaret is back.
Hello.
Hello, Margaret.
Yeah, I think it's dragging on a little too long, this cross-examination. I did like the part about, the knife. When he was cross-examining on that butcher knife that was found in the cupboard, raising reasonable doubt because we thought maybe that was what he used to kill her with.
Right. So Lori comments, did anyone notice how Brian bought like 65-gallon buckets? Not, is that 65-gallon buckets or 65-gallon buckets
The
at
big
Home Depot?
buckets.
The big buckets. I said it must be, but they hold a gallon. Well, 65-gallon would be huge.
Yeah.
Have those? Is that what they are? 65. All right.
Well, I
Have
don't
those
know.
ever been found?
65 gallon. I don't. That seems like a lot.
Yeah, it seems like a
Yeah.
lot of gallons.
Maybe she
Have
meant.
those ever been
65
found? Does
gallons.
anybody know? Do we know if those were found, Margaret?
I thought they were. I thought they were. I thought they were found in the house.
Okay, in the house. They were found in the house. Okay, all right.
Yeah, in the basement. I thought. I
Okay.
Pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Yeah, 6-5, 6 to 5 gallon. Yeah. 6-5 gallon. Okay, there we go.
65
6-5
gallon buckets. Yeah,
gallons.
that makes
Got
more
it.
sense.
65 gallons would be huge.
Yeah,
That'd be a big fish tank. Like you put my tuna in that.
All right, looks like we can check.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Yes, you may.
Part of the technicalities of a trial, but now it's getting a little annoying. The sidebar, right to sidebar.
God, I'm back.
It's all part of it.
Sidebar
You're
to
just trying to give
sidebar. I
Margaret a
just
workout.
want to- Yeah, I know it. This is good for me, but I just, my phone's dead, so I'm trying to get the charger, and I didn't get the plug part, so I have to charge it on my computer. I don't know what they're talking about now.
And then earlier, someone came in the room and said the volume was down, and so
That's true.
I went to the tab, and it wasn't down, but I touched it to make sure it was all the way up. And then what happened is, sometimes you touch the thing, and then
Yeah.
it stays the pointer stays connected to it. So when I switched back to the StreamYard tab, it turned the volume down, but I didn't realize it. So it
Yeah.
became fulfilling. It wasn't down when they asked me about it. It must have been just down on her computer.
Right.
But then I turned it down because of her asking me. So sorry about that, guys. We lost audio for, I
Yeah,
don't know,
not
maybe 20
long, because I
seconds.
was about to get up again and tell you, and then you fixed
Yeah.
it.
Because I wasn't sure that it had started. I figured
Yeah.
they were just waiting to start.
Right. Right. Yeah. Again, in my opinion, what do you think about the cross-examination that Tipton's performing right now? It's all a performance, so that's why I said performing.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding up. He seems like a straight shooter. There's no reason to question anything in his actions that I can see.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you raised reasonable doubt as to cross-contamination, and definitely it was important to raise reasonable doubt with that knife. And another thing, somebody said, "Why would you keep a knife way up in the cupboard?" They did have young kids. Maybe that's where they kept the butcher knife, out of the way from the young kids. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he should have
Mhm.
raised that as a question. Isn't there, even though
Yeah.
questions by the attorneys are not evidence, they still register in the jurors' minds.
Why not get rid of the knife? I mean,
Right. I
if
know. He could have thrown it away in one of those trash bags. So maybe,
yeah,
but I think that the whole knife is raising a question, is that the murder weapon? That's what we were talking
right.
about yesterday. Is that the murder
Mhm.
weapon? I think he probably, see, we can guess. Remember, they asked jurors not to guess. Don't engage
Mhm.
in guesswork. But, you wonder if he strangled her and there were big black and blue marks on her neck, and that's why he got dismembered the body. So, usually strangulation is a way that somebody kills in a heat of passion.
Right.
Oh, there we go. I keep mine in the cupboard. Don't want some stranging coming in and stabbing me. That's a good one. What
I
about
think we'll be coming back in a moment because I hear it on the TV and the court TV feed. And this was the same in the Karen Reed case. It's always about 45 seconds behind.
right, right.
So here we go.
There
Okay.
we go. Am I allowed to get up again?
Yes.
I get up. I get
Mr.
back
Sheehan, you
down.
told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th. And it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I asked for the court's permission to approach the witness with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh, okay. I never got up.
All right. Sorry, I guess I was muted again. Sorry.
Now then my camera's gone. What the heck? Okay.
What happened to your camera?
I got it now. There we go.
Okay.
I don't know. I decided to go out. So I think you know what? Oh, here we go again. The jurors must be sick of the sidebar breaks too.
I know. Such is our system, right?
Yeah. But there's a lot this morning. A lot of distractions.
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a two-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury, that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230. You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how, of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you in fact know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor. It was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
So I guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form, sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item, the photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home
Yes.
during this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
Yes, the trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or even the soil, right?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind as a forensic analyst that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examined this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, I'm talking about the hacksaw and hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, without repeating later, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on these tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding a hatchet that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatchet, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if, in fact, it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sheehan.
Redirect.
Briefly. Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment. Skimmon, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you described that fireplace as having what looked like repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brick? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down. Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a forensic scientist too, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under 2 different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no 2 individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab, we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags, and that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification, is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench, or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained cave on basement floor? 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw. 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw. 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven. And that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, well, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Suman Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the fourth step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the fourth step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Summon Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here.
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Mr. Ray. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests, you've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer, and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientist 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Steve.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So jurors, with that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Not sure if Margaret will be here. Her camera is still off, so let's assume she's running some errands until I see her on.
Hi, I was just turning my other TV off.
Need anything?
So
Housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yeah.
my thoughts on the cross-examination.
Here of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here.
Hold
So
on.
before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I can call him as the next witness in order after that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
I was Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right,
But
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right, speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Ron.
So,
Sorry, who's the voir dire for, Margaret? Did you catch that?
It's witness Mutton. I'm not sure what his role is in the case, but it'll be a voir dire will happen outside the presence of the jury. So, by the way, just as far as strategy goes, Tipton did a nice job cross-examining. I mean, so this DNA analyst that was just on, he's very meticulous. He knows his stuff. There's not much you can do with this type of guy on cross-examination. So what a lawyer needs to do is focus on those few points that he can make. So the points that Tipton made were, well, you don't know, you're only working with the samples that were brought into you to test. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So he's basically going back to the theory of cross-contamination with the samples that were collected at the scene. And that's it's really hard to cross-examine forensic experts. So you really have to pick your battles with them. Right. So, you develop your theory, it takes a lot of preparation. You go through, the strengths of your case, and then you need to have those leading questions with yes or no answers, make it quick and simple. So the jurors are focused on one of your strong points, which in his case might be the cross-contamination of evidence that was collected and, evidence that might have been in garbage bags and things like that. So it's very hard to do, but I thought he did a nice job.
Yeah. Did the trooper give us enough confidence to believe that they made efforts to make sure there was no cross-contamination?
Yes, they did make efforts, but again, you can't avoid cross-contamination altogether, especially when evidence is cross-contaminated before police even collect the evidence, So, and again, it was a good point on cross-examination was when one of the investigators, the witness before the last one was asked about, what was my point? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. I just lost my train of thought, but basically,
That's okay.
Yeah. Basically you go to those little points and how, and don't forget Anna lived in the house. So for example, here's what I was thinking of, that clump of hair, he asked, well, what was the substance? I don't know. Hydrogen peroxide, that can contaminate blood samples, and that's what Brian Walshe used to clean up. So you take those little nitpicky points and you try to put your point across to the jury that, it's tough to have a perfect evidence collection. I mean, sometimes it's tough. You don't have much to work with.
Right.
It's hard.
Right. And you can't always, he can't speak for what other investigators might have potentially, and no one is saying they did have done, that were at the scene before he was there and, things like that. So there's no way to ever be able to. Yeah.
Yeah. And so again, it's not perfect, but at least it raises some questions in the minds of the jurors about cross-contamination. And, you try to keep it to the point. So you don't, have the jurors really drift off on you. So this last bit of questioning of the DNA guy, who of course, he knew his stuff. He how are you going to break him? How are you going to, you can't. So you go, well, you talk about the evidence collection and the previous contamination. He works with the samples he's given.
Judge Carroll comments that the Mass State Police invited judges to tour the DNA/crime lab when I was on the bench. It was so impressive to see how they work. These analysts are highly intelligent and highly trained, obviously. Yeah.
They sound it. This last guy, I mean, I wouldn't want to cross-examine him on anything.
He was very articulate. Yeah. For a young guy,
Oh God. Yeah. And don't forget, these guys have practice, so they're testifying in multiple cases usually. So they
Yeah.
know their stuff. They know what they're going to be cross-examined on. Thanks, Carol. And yeah, you read my mind. They testify all the time,
Yeah.
and the same foundation questions are always asked. Absolutely, 100%. So it's hard as a defense attorney to effectively cross-examine them. I think it's
Right.
quite a challenge. And I'm sure Carol would agree. And I'd like to know from Carol, what are examples? How do you effectively cross-examine some of these experts at the crime lab? Like, how would she do it?
Well, Trooper Joe Paul in the first Karen Reed trial obviously had a very hard time and
Mhm.
was not very used to public speaking, and he was nervous up there. So it does happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my
Carol,
understanding
an
is
excellent
from
witness. So Carol's talking about not Trooper Paul, but
Yeah.
this last witness that was on. Yeah.
right.
And
Yes.
you need, again, cross-examination. You're asking leading questions of your forensic person, and you don't want to ask open-ended questions because you don't want them to suddenly blurt out all this information that's favorable to the prosecution, because that's what they'll do. If they have an
Right.
opening, they will go blah, 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 and then you're kind of screwed. So you need to keep it simple.
Mm-hmm. Just going through the questions and comments that I might have missed earlier.
Okay. Oh, that's a good point. I think this guy was more of a newbie because he spelled his first name. Oh, I don't know. He sounded pretty good. Do you want to take the fan off for a second? It's getting me dizzy.
Yeah. I don't. When is this break going to be? This is probably going to be a
This
shorter
is
break, I
a-
think, because
Do you
they're
think it's a
trying.
short break? I don't know. There we
They're
go.
trying to.
We'll
Well,
get
I
it.
don't know. They're trying to get caught up with the lost time that they had this morning from all those whatever that
Yeah.
was going on.
And I'm curious as to the voir dire, so I'm sure they're going to handle that at some point too. But anyway, it's funny. I feel like one of my kittens looking at the fan like this, you know.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about today's testimony, Kevin?
Yeah. I mean, I missed a little bit of it because I had the headphones on, so I was listening, but I was also helping with the project in the other room. But everything I heard, the trooper is just very articulate.
Mm-hmm.
So you really couldn't trip him up. Aside from the things that he can't, like we already discussed, he couldn't say definitively that there's absolutely no chance at cross-contamination. No one can know if the knife was cleaned. But he mentioned it could have been, that's a possibility.
Yep.
So,
What are your thoughts on the knife, Kevin? Do you think that could have been the murder weapon?
so,
If you're a juror.
I agreed with Jen yesterday when she was saying that the knife was unlikely to be used for dismembering the body. But I also think it's difficult. I've never tried it, obviously. But to use a knife, especially a knife like that, as a murder weapon, like in a confrontation, it would be difficult. It would come loose in your hand. I mean, even if you stab into somebody, it's going to hit bone. And then when it hits bone, your hand is going to slide down the knife and you're going to very badly cut your hand. But, there's other possibilities. Like, for instance, we've seen in movies when, I don't know. Well, and often real murders are very different than in a movie that, it takes time to kill somebody. And so if you have somebody that's unconscious because you've beat them up and gravely wounded them, how do you finish them off? Now, you were saying earlier that the most common way to do it would be to strangle someone. And I think that's probably true. But someone else might say, this person's unconscious. Maybe I'll take a knife to the throat. I mean, I don't know
True.
what someone does in that situation.
Yeah.
And so could the knife have been used something not in the altercation? So technically that would still make it the murder weapon, but wasn't used in an altercation, and definitely not used to dismember, I would think.
No, I don't think it would be a good dismembering tool
Right.
unless he tried to dismember her and then realized with the knife and realized, ooh, this is not going to work. I got to get
Yeah.
something better. And then he Googled it.
In
That's
which case he's an idiot. If he actually thought that you'd be able to, I mean, he's just never even
Huh?
used a knife on a turkey, you know, I mean, so weird. But yeah, so and that's the thing with cases, right, Margaret? A lot of times you never know. We're never going to know.
Yeah, we're never going to
Oh.
know. I know. Yeah.
You know, especially without the body, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, without the body, it's significant.
You know,
No
people,
autopsy.
I think it was Catherine Loftus that I first heard talking about this, Note My Objection girl there, about the CSI effect that lawyers talk about. I don't know if that was something that was talked about when you were there, but that because of television, and we don't, you know, we in the public, regular people don't know how it works, but we're influenced by TV.
Oh,
And
yes.
so a lot of jurors come in and they expect a prosecution case to be perfectly neat and clean and everything tied up with a bow, and not the case, right? So
No, but usually the people who testify as forensic experts, like what we heard this morning, they're usually very good. And
Right.
a juror is, because of the CSI effect, the jury is more likely than not to believe, you know, things coming out of their mouth because they just sound so like they really know what they're doing. They sound so
Right.
expert. So, and you know, the defense attorney, I think, in the age of the CSI effect, has a much more difficult time cross-examining those types of witnesses. So, you know, sometimes you can concede like that he didn't ask many questions of the last guy, and
Right.
you know, he did ask a lot more of the previous witness, but you know, again, you really have to stick with the theory of your case. And the theory of the case here for the defense is my client, but my client didn't kill her. Yeah, all this, but my client didn't kill her. So, you know, he's got to weave in all of his, you know, this bad evidence with that theory of the case. So then that's the most important thing. Don't get away
We
from
got a
it.
question here for you, Margaret, from Francesca, and I just want to say hi to December. December is so hello, December, welcome. So I don't know, did you read that book, Margaret?
I did
Are you
not.
familiar with the case?
You know what? I would like to read that book. In fact, do you guys? So Francesca, what's the name? Who authored that book? I would love to read that. I really would.
Didn't that woman who did a book or what became a book, she hadn't quite finished it and it became a documentary, and she committed murder. She became a heroin addict through the process of
God.
it. Wasn't that she's married to a minor actor, somewhat famous actor. Oh God, I have the book and it's really well
Here's
put
the book.
together.
Do you want to put that up, Kevin? The book is called. Francesca said what the name of the book was. Do you mind putting that up on the thing?
Yeah.
I'm going to write it down in my notes right
Scroll back.
now.
All right. I know who you are. Okay.
I know who you are. Okay. I might get that because you know what? I think reading books like that Francesca suggested are really great for us as we do our shows because we can refer to them. We can say, well, you know, the author of I Know Who You Are really, you know, explain this. And you know, I think the more we read books like that, it expands our wealth of knowledge in the area of true crime, which,
Right.
and maybe we could have her on the show at some point. So that's really cool. I'm going to read that. I love
the name of the other.
I do. I love reading. I go to bed every night with listening to my Audible book. So I like fiction and nonfiction. So it carries me away into a storyland.
I actually go to bed listening to YouTube podcasts. I'm going to call it a podcast on science topics, usually, sometimes history.
Yeah.
And often it's if it's a very good one and then you don't finish it, then the next morning you're like, damn, now I gotta
Yeah.
go back and
I know.
do it again.
Yeah, me too. Or if it's a great book, you want to see what happens next. So, okay, 30 more minutes, just 30 more minutes, and then it's 2 a.m. So that's not good. That
All right,
happens.
the book I was thinking of was on the same subject is called I'll Be Gone in the Dark, written by journalist Michelle McNamara. And it's really well written. It became a documentary. They had to finish it on her notes because she died of a heroin addiction.
God,
And she's married to Patton Oswalt, who used to be on King of Queens and other shows.
how
But it's
sad.
really well written. It's really, really well written. Yeah.
How sad that she died of a heroin addiction. That's really sad.
Yeah. And I don't know exactly. Somehow that heroin addiction was connected to her obsessive work on this project for years. But she helped solve the case. She did help solve the case.
Jeez.
So there you go. It's not impossible for you that are interested in true crime, the public, who is not a professional in law enforcement, or forensic criminologist or anything like that. You can still go out there and help solve a case. It's not saying it's likely, but it's not impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, if you dig deep enough, for sure. Yeah. Are they
Yeah, the book was published posthumously and includes contributions from her husband, comedian Patton Oswalt.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. No, a well-written true crime book is great for it helps, with the investigation of a case and all that. It's really good. I'll come up with some good ones too that I've read. Obviously, we've all read Helter Skelter. We've all read In Cold Blood. Those are amazing. In Kevin's book.
G-Wig says, I read Kevin. I don't. Are you telling me you read, or you're saying you read me? Hopefully you read my book.
Yeah. Storm of Suspicion.
We still have ceiling fan for those that are wondering. It's still just show it for a second. Just for anybody that's nervous.
Yeah. It's still going on. I wonder if they're going to, I wonder who they're going to put on this afternoon. I wonder who that mutton guy is that they're going to have the voir dire on. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Do you think he's an expert? He's probably an expert if they're going to.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Probably. So, I like listening to voir dires as well. So.
Yeah. In some ways they're more interesting, right? Because you get a little bit, you wish you could get the experts from both sides and get them to debate on something, but that's just not how it works. But that's as close as you can get the defense challenge the experts.
Right.
Or the prosecution. Yeah.
Hey, I'm confused. Now, this is a completely different topic. So, is anybody in chat a scuba diver? Because I was thinking of getting Patty certified. I just wondered if anybody had any thoughts on that at all. This is totally off the topic. No, I'm not trying to get rid of a body. I promise. But I was kind of thinking, I enjoy the ocean and sea life. I was thinking of doing that. We can go back to true crime, but just curious.
G-Wig said that listen to Kevin's book on Audible. So the publisher was a small publisher, but they've done like 300 books. And one area that they didn't cut corners was supposedly they got out of retirement, like a very top-notch, well-known audio reader for book reader. But I haven't listened to it, so that's the first feedback I've actually heard on anybody that's listened to the Audible. So
yeah.
I know they got somebody very good, but I haven't heard it because I don't get a copy. I don't get an audio copy, so I'd have to buy it.
Right. It's great. Yeah, it's very good. Excellent book. Yeah. God, it's a long break again. What is up with all the long breaks?
This is well the break. She so far the whole trial. Usually it's an 11 o'clock break, and she would say we'll go to 11:20, but it always goes to at least 11:30.
That's true. That's true. My
And I don't know
brother's
exactly
scuba
what.
dives. There's somebody that answered my question. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
I'm kind of claustrophobic, but I don't think I'd want to be scuba diving.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really cool because you're entering into another world altogether. I did it once
Yeah,
at
it's
the
will
resort,
be
and
cool. The breathing thing is,
yeah, you just have to calm yourself. Yeah. If
yeah,
you're hyper like, then that's probably not good, but you have to breathe
right.
slowly, and I wouldn't be going down like, 500 feet, that's,
Right.
scary, long, deep dives, but I would like to. So I told you I'm going to Egypt. I would like to explore some of the wrecks in the Red Sea. I think that would be kind of cool. I guess they're really good. So maybe I'll find some skulls down there. I gotta relate everything I do to true crime, right?
Must be a lot of wrecks in the Red Sea and in the Mediterranean. Obviously, well, obviously there are.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
Mediterranean probably most traveled waterway going back to ancient history, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. So
December, the book sales went good for the first few months, and I think that was based probably largely on people here in chat that supported it. It was like #1 in law and crime evidence or something like that for a couple months, but it's fallen way down now. And it made me not a penny, not a single penny. The publisher took it all.
yeah, did you get an advance?
No,
Oh, okay. So
no,
did I hear
no. You
about
published under a big publisher, Margaret. I was under a small publisher, so
that? You should have gotten some of the royalties as a result. That's kind of crazy. So Margaret, did you hear about the toothbrusher sharks becoming stranded on Cape Cod today? No, I did not. I did not. The thresher sharks can be big. I wonder what happened with them. I wonder how they became stranded. I don't know. Wow. Geez. So, and they're still up here in the cold water. Wow.
yeah, it's extremely cold.
Yeah.
Well, the water maybe this time of year is still not extremely cold, but still cold for sharks.
You would think so. I'll have
Yeah.
to read that article because, like I said, everything with the ocean is interesting to me. And you
Was
know
5
what? I have a hard time scuba diving. I mean, snorkeling. I can't get my hair out of my face and so I think diving would be better. I don't know.
It was 5 degrees earlier this morning, like if you got up
Ooh, it
early.
looked cold. I didn't go
And
outside yet. I have to admit.
when I
So-
started this show, it was only 15. It's now up
Ooh.
to 23. So this has been a cold start for.
Yeah,
We're still in early December,
I know. Definitely. But I have, I'm kind of more, the sun comes in through the window. So in the other room where I have my TV going with the trial, I have a little gas fireplace and it can be kind of cozy. The one thing about live streaming these trials, it makes you stay home, and it's kind of nice to say, okay, I'm going to stay home. I'm going to live stream the trial and listen. And of course I want to go up to the attic and bring down some Christmas stuff. But every time I think about it, there's something interesting. And then we have a break. So I haven't done one thing.
So Francesca asked if I'm considering taking on, let's see what you think about this kind of topic, Margaret, the megalithic stonework mysteries. See, the thing is I had a channel before I did this channel. I tried one called Our X Fault. That's still my Twitter name. And I would have covered it for that kind of channel. I was looking more for mysteries and that kind of stuff. And I didn't intend to go down this road of true crime. But now that I am, I almost feel like, see, there's this guy that does this channel, very big now. It's called the Y Files.
Okay.
And he did stuff in the beginning that was more historical, but now he's kind of all over. the face on Mars and kind of stuff. And to me, it's damaged him. He's big though. His stuff gets picked up on national, like Microsoft media and stuff. But to me, it's damaged his credibility a little bit.
Why do you think it damages his credibility?
Because he takes every crazy theory seriously,
Okay. Does he offer
A non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Thank you.
We'll have the
Okay.
jury back in.
We'll have to come back to that.
Oh, the
part.
jury's coming back in, so we're
I'll
not
have
doing
the jury back in.
Oh, okay.
voir dire right now.
All right.
Yeah, come back to that thought. Oh, Mutlu.
No, you didn't hear
Oh.
me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that
Mutlu.
witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've
Honor.
had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jem Mutlu, I'm really interested in seeing what he has to say.
I'm not sure
That's
that
the
they
witness
are,
who
but I
was
have
with
1
the
second to
New
check.
Year's Eve.
Sure.
He's the last one to see her alive, besides Brian Walshe. Oh, wow. I'm really looking forward to hearing from Jem Mutlu, so I hope he comes on today. Very interesting. Okay. Wow. So that's my 2 cents there. Yeah, Brian, it's not looking good for you.
Great. Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
over that, I mean, over the
Oh.
lunch break.
Oh, so they're going to voir dire Mutlu. Very interesting. Wow. Very interesting that they're going to voir dire Mr. Mutlu. So, Kevin, we have to eat something right now with this witness because we're not going to have a chance over the lunch break. We're going to have to listen to that voir dire. It's going to be, I'm interested in it anyway.
Mhm. Judge Carroll texted me. She's also helping to cover or help out with a case in Worcester where a child died in his father's care, where there was evidence of abuse and neglect.
It's
So
sad.
she really focuses on those kind of cases. Yeah,
Aw,
and thank God she does.
yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't get to your answer on that. What do you, covering mysteries and stuff like that?
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
I think that's cool, but you cover both sides. You cover the unexplained part, and then you also maybe joke around or talk about, okay, is that real? I mean, really, do you think there's really a Loch Ness monster in there? I mean, in this day and age,
Yeah.
wouldn't we have found him? So, it's the way you cover it.
Right.
I think I do like mysteries though, like that.
I mean, I try anything from the point of view of storytelling because
Yeah.
I like a good story. I love a good ghost story.
Oh, I love a good ghost story.
Commonwealth
Oh,
may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay,
Commonwealth
looks like
will
we're ready to
call
go.
Brianna Kiesel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
And what unit are you assigned to?
the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time, we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit. So I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit? 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic and investigative sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9.32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the Tyvek suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An EZ1 robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with the samples. And then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler. And this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling. And this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency. And then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in as well doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay, and which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay, so for all 3 of those, you did that.
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the 3rd step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury, how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have.
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver, I didn't hear your name.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Miss Oliver, can you tell us, jury, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue genes can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electrophoregram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electropharogram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropharogram peaks?
So we put our electropharogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab, that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect? The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit.
This one just
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagel, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology from Drake University, as well as a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4th step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the third step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your microscope.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of your amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/millionth.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Joli. Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did I see that right?
Yes, you did.
Couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the truth?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay. And the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's ineligible.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You, the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. It reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just step for me. Further.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashin, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katarina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step over. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashin.
And What is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, et cetera. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes, so then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present. And then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA. Because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA, you need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
Okay. And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes, so the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walsh also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, we are doing lunch. I'm not sure if there's going to be a voir dire. We'll see. There was some discussion about that. This will be voir dires, obviously, when they question a witness, particularly an expert witness, without the presence of the jury.
Anyone need anything?
See you.
Sense? Okay, good. Very good.
Probably going to do the voir dire now. Boy,
I
it
think
takes
so,
a lot
yeah.
of different takes a lot of different DNA analysts to get in the evidence we want, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just exhausting after a while.
Very complicated, exacting scientific process. Actually, we've had someone, Brian in chat, music by Brian, who's been giving us a lot of detailed information from it in chat. So thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I saw that.
I'm not sure if he's just studied it or has direct experience with it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Pretty cool. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, again, it's a lot of different analysts and they each perform their different job. And all of this has to come through to complete the chain of custody. So,
right.
So now I'm curious if this is going to be the Gem Mutlu thing.
So.
There.
I wonder if, like, if a voir dire starts, if Court TV will jump right back in.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do the voir dire now and I think that they might want to let the attorneys grab something to eat instead of doing the voir dire right now. So maybe they'll come back a little earlier, you know, that would make sense to me.
Francesca says she's never seen them call as this many DNA analysts before.
Yeah, it seems like a lot. I agree with her.
She said, I think it has to do with pretrial agreements not being made.
Yep. Usually there's a lot of stipulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had the stipulation about the FBI handling it, which we saw the judge read that to explain that to the jury.
Yep. But you're right. I mean, I'm surprised the defense didn't make more stipulations here because it definitely gets tiresome. I mean, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Court TV is saying they're on their lunch break. Should we just hold off and take our lunch break now? Because I have a feeling we'll have to come back a little early. What do you think, Kevin? There's not much to say right now because what we've just heard is DNA experts, one after another, to testify how their each individual role in analyzing samples that were brought to them. So I don't know if we'd be repetitive right now as well. What do you think, Kevin?
Sorry, I hit this damn mic has too big of a mute button. Yeah, let's take our break. I agree. Let's take our break. And,
although I just heard something. What was that noise? Was that you?
Probably. I'll hit the refresh button on the court, but I've got the feed up still. So.
Okay. All right. So I think we take a little break because I think they'll be back.
Yeah, I just hit the refresh button. No, there's nothing new going on. So,
All right.
okay, sounds good. And I'll just speak for a couple minutes to tell people about tonight's show and Saturday's show, and then I will be on break too.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. See you after the break.
See you after the break.
Yeah, so I just want to remind you guys, so Saturday, if people are interested, or even if you just want to help me out, I have a special guest on for a unique interview and time at Saturday at 4 p.m. And this is a guest whose company or group, we'll find out more if it's, I don't think it's incorporated, but they're a bunch of MIT scientists who have developed open software so that anybody can have access to it. We wouldn't want it, but access to its AI, it's advanced artificial intelligence software that is used to identify and create proteins for drugs at the molecular level. And this is the future of medicine, where you'll go in, and particularly cancer, but any kind of disease, and you'll get a test that will tell you exactly what your disease is, and they will design a medicine that fits it. Artificial intelligence programs like that will design a medicine that fits it perfectly. But you're going to see this AI program help roll out other medicines that just more generally are very helpful to stabilizing cancers and other diseases. And so he's from MIT, so very, very, very intelligent. And so I hope you guys can join us here and just listen. Why would you be interested in it? Well, I mean, I think it's fascinating stuff, because they're able to go down at the atomic level and design these proteins so that they shape them and fit directly into. So for instance, in my case, I'm treated with a targeted therapy, and the protein is designed to fit like a lock and a key, both its shape and its very components, the amino acids that make it up, right into an exact spot on the cancer. And that stops the cancer from growing, because there's a chain of molecules that have to all do their part in the chain to keep the cancer growing. And if you stop any part of it, so this is designed just to fit that. So it's amazing what's done with tech. I think it's interesting, and I think a lot of you will find it interesting. So if you can go into go into my channel on the live, you'll see that event and hit notify me, and it'll remind you to show up there. And when you're able to get good guests like this, you want a good turnout. And I'm going to try to continue to get good guests like this, or people that are other writers and stuff like that. It's just difficult. We're at a disadvantage because we're not selling conspiracies here. So we don't get the size audience that makes it easier to get guests like that. And I'm not making excuses. It's just the reality of it. So you look at Mike Crawford, and even though he had been on the air for his YouTube channel had been around for 10 years, his numbers were the same as mine back in the summer of 2023. But then he jumped on the Karen Reed conspiracy bandwagon, and suddenly his numbers boomed. And by attaching himself to that, now he's even getting to guest host the Howie Carr program. And this is, Melanie Little, same thing on it. They're rewarded for not seeking the truth. And so I am penalized for it, and we here are penalized for it that participate in this chat. So the more that you can help me try to bring out, when we have a good guest like this, a good professional guest, at least we show up and chat and ask some good questions. I think it'll help. It'll appreciate it. The other thing is, so last night I began the daily, we call it the Daily Yellow for now. The other name that we had for it was Almost Hot Off the Press. Not sure what name we're going to stick with. And I did it with Margaret last night. It was fun, and that was the first one. Tonight, Margaret is going to be on Surviving the Survivor, so she won't be able to do it. So I'm going to, if my health holds up and I feel energetic, I already have it ready. I've worked out. Oh, so music. So Brian did used to work in a lab. Thank you, Brian. and he worked in a lab doing DNA analysis. So we're lucky to have Brian here. See, we have a very high quality chat, like Judge Carroll and Molly and other people who really follow this stuff. Francesca, and then our moderators Tom and Joe. So I am planning on so I have it scripted out, whatever the AI gave me to go by tonight at 6:00. This week I'll be doing it tonight I'll be doing it by myself, assuming I make it on. So I think that covers us for now, and I'm going to take my break too, and we will see everybody after lunch. Okay, we do have fan, so we'll be coming back soon. The court will be coming back soon. I'll stay on until it does. Let's see. Let me get rid of this banner too on the bottom. All right, now let's see if anybody's in chat. Boy, our numbers dropped in half during lunch, but they'll come back. Obviously, we weren't doing anything, so I don't blame you. Anybody here in chat yet? Anybody have any questions, comments? I did, just for you sports fans out there, to my disappointment, just saw that Kyle Schwarber, who had 56 home runs this year and was a free agent, is re-signing with Philadelphia. So the Red Sox won't be able to sign him. That would have been a great option. He was with the Red Sox 4 years ago. Hey, Griff. For half a season was great, and they let him go. He went to Philly, and he's been fantastic there ever since. So with the one thing the Red Sox need the most is a power hitter, and he won't be an option. So now I guess we'll focus on Alonso, the first baseman from the Mets. And I don't think we'll get him either, though. Hey, Check, you didn't miss anything exciting in the morning. You know, we were here watching. Some talk about DNA, a little bit. They finished with Trooper Keefe. He held up well on the cross. So, one of the options I have on the stream now is to show the chat feed on the right that you see there. But you guys can let me know if you don't like that or if it's annoying. I'll be happy to get rid of it. But I think it's kind of cool option to be able to see that, and you're not really, it's not blocking anything important going on in the trial either. So the plan is to do the news show again tonight at 6. This time I won't have Margaret. I think me and Margaret, did a pretty good first show last night. I think we had a pretty good chemistry together. So what I do is will Brian go and give evidence? Brian, the indications were during opening statements that he would testify, but it's not a guaranteed thing, so we'll see. So for the news show, I have, it's hard to prepare this every day, especially while you're doing the trial here. So I wanted to see if I could prepare it. Thomas here too. And so I did it with the help of the AI from Microsoft Bing called Copilot, and also from Gemini. Sorry, still kind of got to get my coffee to catch my wind. For Gemini from Google. And so they select the stories, but it can be funny. Sometimes it'll get screwed up or select a story from last year or something like that. So it's not a perfect thing, but generally it's done a pretty good job of picking stories that are in the news for today, national, international. Doesn't do so good in the sports, but I can always scan the headlines myself too. I'm a news person, so I pretty much stay on the news. So most of the stories that I see, I can give kind of a quick comment to. But the thing is we just got to get it going, and maybe people in chat can help us over time, grow with us, and contribute to it. Give us some stories. Maybe we get someone that's an expert on college sports that wants to come on with us or something like that. We'll find a way to make it grow. And I think one thing that is that we're a trusted source. Since I'll be doing it most days, I'm a trusted source. I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm going to give it to you fair. I'm going to give it to you as true as I can ever make it, as ever I. So I do have followed the news all my life. I can comment on most international or national issues. And so I'll give you the story and then quick comment on it and move on to the next one. And if a little bit of opinion comes with that, sometimes you may not agree with it all the time, but that's okay. We're not always going to agree with each other all the time, but I don't want it to be a partisan kind of thing. We do a lot on science on it too, big science session, because science is important to me and it's an interest of mine. So I will give you those opinions too. And, people are going to have different opinions on these things, but that's okay, because that's how you get good conversation too. So last night's show took about 45 minutes. We're shooting to maybe make it about a half-hour show, unless there's something of particular note going on, a breaking news thing moment. We're not rooting for that kind of thing to happen, because obviously that usually means something tragic somewhere. But when there is breaking news, you'll have a trusted place to go, and in chat, you'll have good people in chat that you can talk about it with and share information while we all watch together on the major news sources such as CNN and Fox or whatever. I'm not sure when Margaret will be back. I'm not sure if Margaret stepped away. Sorry, I have this. It seems like a cold, but I've had it for weeks, and it doesn't really. I think it's related to my treatments, and I don't think it. I don't think I actually have a contagious cold or a real cold. It's just. Oh, I think Jen's here. Jen, are you here?
Yes, hi.
Are you on the road still?
Still on the road.
Yeah. Anything interesting? Any more pig encounters?
Oh my gosh, that was so insane. No pig encounters, and I'm almost home.
All right, excellent. So, were you able to follow any of this morning's trial?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't. So I'm excited to hear the rundown. Can you give me the 411?
Yeah, just a little bit. And there were parts that I kind of half missed. It was boring this morning. So we finished with Trooper Keefe, and they're trying to ding his credibility a little bit, but they were unable to. And then some of the criminologists came on to talk about how they tested things, for instance, the butcher knife and what they tested. And then most recently, we had several experts to come on to talk about DNA. And I think that's where we'll be continuing after lunch. There was talk this morning from the judge about a voir dire, but she was, we couldn't hear everything she was saying. So we don't know who they want a voir dire. They even mentioned doing it during lunch, but I don't believe they did, or it would have been broadcast. So we're still trying to figure out, but nothing. I wouldn't say there was anything news breaking today.
Oh, interesting. So they might do a voir dire, but we don't know who. Who's
we don't
involved?
know who. So, and usually these are experts, right? That they voir dire, or is that just my?
It's
limited
always
experience?
only experts. Yeah.
Right. So we're very interested to see who it is, but no, it was the prosecution, I believe, that this morning told the judge about this, and that but no, they didn't mention the name so that we could hear it. So we're left kind of wondering.
It's so interesting because I feel like voir dires are so unusual. You really don't normally have to have that, or Daubert hearings, which are even more intense. It's
Right.
really unusual. So, most of the people you can tell by their CV if they're an expert or not. So
Right.
it's unusual. So interesting.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, the voir dire would have been more interesting than some of this trial. Some parts of the trial are tedious, as you know, going over it. So each time you bring in a new criminologist, you've got to go over their background to see that they're qualified. The defense attorney tried to kind of test and get by surprise one of the criminologists on a technical thing, and he tried to trick her, but she passed with flying colors.
Oh,
So,
good.
whether something was it was a peak of something, whether it was 1 million or 1,000, but no, he tried to trick her, and she was. So everybody that has been, all the state employees that have come up today have come across as competent. So that's refreshing. Considering some things that have gone on recently in Massachusetts cases, it's refreshing to see that. So they've all been competent.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And I think I love the pace of the trial. I love the judge keeping her schedule. I literally felt in the Karen Reed trial, which is the only other Massachusetts trial that I followed and watched every day, certainly much more closer even than this trial. I feel like for all three of us, we've had things going on, but I tell you that Karen Reed trial, I was there every
Right.
second, right? And it always felt like a shotgun, birdshot approach. There were way too many interruptions, so many sidebars. Uh, Breaks were always at different times. It was just an out of control situation, in my opinion.
Oh, well, today would have felt familiar with you, Tim, because we didn't actually get started for the actual trial until about 10. So
Oh,
poor me and Margaret had to keep the conversation going all morning. We didn't know what was going on. It seemed like sidebar to sidebar to sidebar. And, it's hard to follow exactly what's going on. And then once court finally did start, it went right to 2 more sidebars. And then there was yet more sidebars after that. Because of the sidebars, they didn't actually have the break until about 11:30. So there was a lot of me and Margaret had to earn our pay today.
oh, wow. What did you guys discuss? Did you keep it on true crime?
Oh yeah, but it's tough for over an hour. We talked about a lot of different things. You know, um, Me and Margaret are both writers too, so sometimes we go back to what are some of the different techniques, narrative storytelling techniques that you want to use with a jury. Oh, Margaret's actually back.
Oh, good.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Margaret.
You are unmuted.
The gang's all here.
Looks like the judge is here too.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Moody, go continue on with DNA, some and so on.
What's wrong?
They're discussing doing the voir dire.
Yeah.
Oh, did it freeze? Did it freeze? I'm sorry. I was putting
Yeah.
in the
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do. All right, where are we, counsel? Okay.
Let me just skip to the end. All right.
Okay.
If that happens.
Okay.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. So that would take about 20 minutes if we did end below it.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your
All
Honor.
right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton?
Attorney Porges.
Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Yeah, we're caught up. Sorry, it froze before. What happened was these earbuds, the right one has a thing that if you accidentally touch it, will actually stop the channel. I hate to, they're a little annoying, but that was my fault.
Hold them up for a minute. Not you, them. I just don't want the Commonwealth not at their desk. You're all set now. Thank you.
And again, Brian, music by Brian from Jen's chat has been, he used to work as a DNA technician. So he's been really educating us in chat on the specifics of how this works. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great.
Actually, I don't physically disagree with that. That's the way you should do
We've actually had good attendance numbers today. It's been a little larger than normal. And what was surprising, or at least encouraging, was because court didn't start till 10, me and Margaret had to carry this for a long time, and the numbers actually grew. So
Good.
Instead of losing it. So we had over 100 on my channel watching.
That's great. That's great. And I'm sure we must have dropped off some in the DNA because, you know, a full day of DNA stuff is kind of gets drags after a while.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking forward to Mutlu's testimony.
Do you have any idea about who the voir dire is going to be?
Yeah, Jem Mutlu. So
Okay,
Jem,
what? Since she's just a witness, right? So she's not.
no, it's a guy. So
That's a guy.
Jem
Okay, all right.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
is the man who was with them on New Year's Eve. So I'm looking forward to that. He was in real estate and he knew Anna for a long time, and he'll testify. I wonder if maybe it's going to be about her health that night, or how, you know, something like that. So that's probably the reason for the voir dire.
Okay.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Saman Salim.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Salim, S-A-M-A-N. Last name is S-A-L-E-E-M.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, I do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam, as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay, so just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg, where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how was that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested. We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture, so the number of people that make up this DNA profile. Is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR-Mix or STAR-Mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or two characteristics at each of these locations. I had, in some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, to the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 known unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't, we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA. Or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the 2 profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry.
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio is in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Anna Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel, number 1, with red-brown stains on it that was found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these 2 contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for the second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Anna Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you said it in your, in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2, you indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus? Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles, your mother gave you 1 allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, 2 heterozygotes combined in a 2-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there?
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA, half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them. And we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have, in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said early on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer, that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if 2 items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those 2 objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals? Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if 2 or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection, same question. Same result.
If 2 items come into contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biologic material on those 2 items, correct?
That's correct.
And does the possibility of transfer between 2 items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if 2 items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your conclusions based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again. Let me start over again. The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually refer to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So contributor is just, it's just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable the reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there is a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
See you at the side of the bench.
Boy, she held up very well. Very intelligent, very articulate, very well trained in what she does. I thought she held up great. What do you guys think? And you know, there's a lot of when it gets into scientific terminology, especially something as complicated as DNA. That's you know, it's something the jury really has to pay close attention to. And to sometimes, to a degree, when it comes to experts like that, it comes down to trust. The jury may not have completely understood everything that she's explained, but they may say, you know what, I trust her. She seems to be, you know, she seems extremely competent at what she does. So I think there's probably going to be some jurors that treat it that way. And again, it's good to have Brian in chat. So many times during the Karen Reed trial, one of the type of experts we were always looking for, we'd say, man, we wish we had somebody that was a DNA expert that knew more about it. Because there are questions that come up, not just also with the Delphi murders, you know, because there are questions. So for instance, in the Delphi murders, oh, Margaret's here. You know, I didn't understand why Richard Allen in the Delphi murders had spent a lot of time with the bodies. It was outdoors and no DNA was found. And I found that strange, but again, that's why I would love to listen to an expert like somebody like Brian in chat. You know, being outdoors for one night, is that enough for DNA to be no good? I don't know. So it's good that, Margaret, we've talked about it many times. I think that we wish we had a DNA expert at hand.
Well, you know, it's, I think, you know, if you really boil it down in this case, the blood on the hatchet, you know, that it was it had Anna's DNA, and you know, certain items were exclusive, but a lot of the items were, you know, Brian or Anna's. You know, it still boils down to, did he use the hatchet to dismember the body?
Well, DNA was found on it.
Correct.
Right?
But that could be from dismembering the body, not necessarily
Yeah.
killing her. So that's what the defense will say. So it's a very long day. So all of today's entire testimony really goes to dismemberment.
Mm-hmm.
It can be argued.
What do you think about what I just said there? And I don't know if this is something that you dealt with as a prosecutor. Do you think sometimes if you have a technical subject that some of the jurors may not fully understand the explanation, but if there's something that seems really competent and trustworthy about the expert that's testifying, such as the criminologist, that they just say, you know what, I don't fully understand this, but I trust that she's telling me the truth?
Yes, absolutely. You're right on. And they are all part of the Commonwealth's case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why honestly, I don't know why they didn't stipulate to more of the stuff coming in.
Mm-hmm.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Roddy.
right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony as you give in the cause now in hearings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Right this way. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, Roddy.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay. So I take it by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years, TJX 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Ron, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive with the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection to that?
No.
I believe we're at 251. Is that correct, Madam Recorder? That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence. The Home Goods Norwell thumb drive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance? And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home? And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe it's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that video and bring us to the fourth one. And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please. And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. What is the time upon exit for the record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct, once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023.
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd, the receipt from January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The home goods receipt from January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 252?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252. At the top, it says TGX. Is that generated internally, or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top.
It would say Home Goods, correct.
And store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean? POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier, the number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were used.
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work. Same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards.
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on this receipt that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the Marshall's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued, that was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption?
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from Marshall's as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The Marshall's receipt. Is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. The Marshall's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Marshall's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the Marshall's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253, where is the location of the marshals?
Shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TGX brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Anna Walsh.
And could we scroll all the way down to the bottom? Pause, I'm sorry. So in there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022. And the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the two cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
And before I go any further, did that card end in 4563?
It did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, do you see this document?
I do.
Is this a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card?
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt. Can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is TGX at the top.
This one is TJX. That one I couldn't be positive about.
You can just tell me it's a TGX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
So, but could I mark this as the TGX Washington, D.C. receipt, Your Honor?
There's a date on that one?
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Any objection? The Washington DC TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
Your Honor, may I publish exhibit 254, the Washington, D.C. receipt?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, how much was the card for? How much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Is that on the same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video for January 4th? And pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
I can.
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
It is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that file? Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman. What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, is this receipt also maintained the same way that the other Norwell Home Goods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction for that video?
It does.
And what is the date on this receipt?
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX. So is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, January 4th receipt from Norwell Home Goods.
Any objection?
No.
The receipt from 1/4/23 from the Norwell Home Goods is now in evidence as 255.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255, the January 4th receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the Is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card.
There
Were you
was.
able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshalls in December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I publish 256?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s, next to the item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's Best Brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down, if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Right ahead.
Questions? Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, DC area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return.
Correct.
There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, it's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshalls or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. we're going to suspend there for today. I thank you for your work today. I bring you some updates with regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention. And so I don't want you waiting around for me to be clear. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right? Although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I wish you all a good night. Responsibilities, orders. Don't do any research about this case. Speak to anyone about the case. Don't want any social media, any kind. Continue to have open mind as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here.
All rise for the court, please. There is
Hello.
notebooks. Follow me.
So I have plans tonight to watch paint dry.
You have plans to watch literally. What do you think?
No, I'm kidding. I mean, this is just, I can't even imagine anything in life being more boring than this. But
I know it's a long.
I'm not
I'm
supposed to say
glad they
that.
stopped. What time is it anyway? 3:43. Yeah.
How many shop managers are we going to watch?
This is it.
I know it's necessary for the trial. I understand that. I'm not. This is not in any way a criticism of the prosecution. It's a necessary thing. But
Yeah, it is because they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and if this wasn't stipulated to, it has to come in. And
Right.
It wasn't. But you know what?
Uh,
I was just in that Home Goods Sunday night, and their candle section is good. So I'm sure Brian Walshe bought
we're
a
still
candle to get that dead body odor out of his house.
in court, so let's see what they're going to
I don't
do.
have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
All right. Well,
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Goodbye.
And with the closing shot of the ceiling fan.
Goodbye. The closing shot of the ceiling fan.
I will leave it on so people won't feel like because the court TV should shut off this feed any second. And that way people will be sure that I didn't. But I don't think they're going to show anything else. I think it's done for the day.
Oh, it's definitely done for the day. That's what she
Yeah.
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the jury's not going to come in till 10 because they're going to do the voir dire of Jim Mutlu prior to that tomorrow.
So talk about that. This is different because it's not a voir dire of an expert.
Right. So it's possible that Jim Mutlu made an inconsistent statement to the police and is being voir dired on that. So that's what they often do in a jury trial is they will voir dire outside of the presence of the jury. So we'll see what he has to say. It'll be quite interesting. Maybe he plans to talk about her health, and that needs to be talked about. You know, the defense might want to voir dire on that, find out what is he going to say about Anna's health. He's not an expert, so that's a possibility as well.
So what are the legal issues surrounding that? So he's not an expert, that meaning he's not allowed to testify as to whether she appeared healthy or...
No, he can testify to that. He can.
Yeah.
But they want to know how far he will go, I guess. So there could be various reasons, but one of the main reasons might be a prior inconsistent statement to the police. So we'll have to check that out. He's a very important witness because he's the last one besides Brian Walshe and the kids to see her alive.
And
He
why
was
would that be
convinced
settled in a voir dire?
because it's a civilian witness, and it's the it's something the defense would want to question him about, prior inconsistent statement. So we'll see tomorrow exactly why, but that's typically what they do.
I'm just wondering, as a matter of law, like, why wouldn't, if he had an inconsistent statement, why wouldn't the defense be able to just confront him with that on the stand?
On cross-examination, yeah. There's a reason that it's being allowed, so we'll have to see tomorrow.
Okay.
You know, you have a point, but there's a specific reason, so we can get into it more tomorrow. But
Because we're in law school with you, you're our teacher, so we
Yeah,
want
no, I
and
know,
you
I
and
know.
Judge Carroll, so we want to learn
Yep.
the issues here.
And that's what Judge Carroll said as well in her last comment.
Yes.
But if you can go back down and check out her comment, she said the same thing.
That was a ways back. Yeah, she did say.
Yeah, it was a ways back if you can find it. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just accept your explanation of it.
Yeah, which is the same as what she said.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Again, my thoughts on the day is a lot of DNA evidence to show what we already know, that he dismembered his wife.
Mm-hmm. But the jury may not. That's not determined yet whether the jury will know that.
Mhm.
So that's
And
why
I think
that
they
that's
should know that. Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling the defense would want that because, yeah, you heard all this stuff, all this DNA, and yet, yeah, it goes to dismembering, improperly transferring her body, improperly conveying her body. Yet he didn't kill her. He didn't kill her. He didn't kill her.
right. Right.
All he has to say.
So tomorrow you'll be hosting, right?
I won't. Remember, I told you we're switched. So you've got a host because tomorrow is Wednesday, and I
Okay.
will be available only limited during the day.
Okay. And so Thursday, I need you to host Friday because I'm going to chemo.
Yeah, I can host Friday, and that's a half day Friday. I'm happy to host Thursday. So
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I've got to do that
So
NBC show on Thursday, but that's fine.
Friday I will be here right up until about 8:45, and then literally
Mm-hmm.
running out the door. I got to be in Boston at 9:45. I'll be back, but then it's only a half day Friday.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I may not be back in time to close it out.
Okay, no
And then-
problem. Yeah, I can
And
do
then
that.
tomorrow it sounds like a shortened day, but then like you said, there'll be the voir dire.
It won't be that much shorter than it was today.
Yeah.
I mean, today they started awfully late, which is interesting. And I think that's
Right.
what they were arguing over, would be my guess, would be Jem Mutlu and how the defense wanted a voir dire. So
Mhm.
that's legally what I'm interested in tomorrow, at what exactly they're looking for in that voir dire, why they want to voir dire him, question him outside the jury.
So what do we know about it? What is it? Gem, G-E-M, or how do you spell his
Jem,
name?
I think it's spelled Gem Mutlu, Mutlu, and he's in real estate in Boston. Anna used to work for him, so they've been friends for a very long time. And Jem also knew Brian Walshe too, so good friends of the family. And they invited Jem to celebrate New Year's Eve with them. So Jem will testify what that evening was like. He'll be able to
So
tell.
it was just the three of them? It was just the three of
It
them
was
that
the three
night?
of them plus the kids.
And the kids, yeah. Does
The
he have
boys.
kids?
I don't know. He's a little
Yeah.
older, so maybe he has grown kids or something, but he was there by himself. He was their
Right.
sole guest for dinner. And so I imagine Brian cooked the dinner because he typically did. He liked to cook.
Mhm.
But I think it'll be really interesting to hear from him, because if there was tension between Brian and Anna, that might go to motive. Oh, so Maureen Walsh, why Baltimore transaction on the 28th of December? So Brian Walshe went in and purchased rugs and other items in the Home Goods in Norwell. Yet instead of using a credit card or cash, he used a card. It's called it's like almost like a gift card, but basically Anna had returned items at the Baltimore Home Goods. And as a result, she didn't have a receipt. She didn't get cash. She got a store credit card. So he was using Anna's store credit card when he purchased the rugs and other items at Home Goods. So it's kind of like eerie, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But he must have known, oh, he probably, in his mind, he probably thought, oh, I'll use these store credit cards. I won't be using my credit card, so they won't know who it is. Little did he know there's a camera right above the tray. I mean, he is so obvious on camera. So, but they did have to go through the steps. They had to explain what that meant, SVC on the receipt. Again, it's a step-by-step process. Where were the cards from? Why was he using those? I mean, clearly it was him on the camera. It was him that purchased the rugs. I'm still curious as to where that cut up rug came from. So maybe Jem will be able to testify about that. He's familiar with their home. So we may be hearing that tomorrow.
And somebody wants to know what other witnesses besides Brian, if he testifies, will they have any idea? But I don't think they can have an expert come up there and just describe how it's not uncommon for people to die in their sleep, right?
Yeah, I think we already heard testimony about that from the guy from the medical examiner's office. We already provided plenty of cross-examination testimony on that, which we heard, I believe, yesterday. So I just can't imagine that he would bring I can't imagine an expert in that case. It would have to be very limited. What does Carol say here?
I'd like to read it.
To impeach a lay witness with a statement recorded. To impeach a lay witness with a statement recorded in a document, a voir dire is typically required so a judge can determine if the statement is actually attributable to the witness. So you've got a recorded document then, I guess, or something. We'll see.
So that should be a short voir dire, I would think.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Well, what's short?
Well, you know, compared to some of the ones we saw in the Karen Reed trial going after the experts, you know, where it took up half a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks, Carol.
And Blanco reminds everybody to please take the time to hit the like button. And remember, there are 3 channels here, and we'd all appreciate your support. So Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer, It's a Crime Media with Margaret McLean, and Yellow Cottage Tales. And we all appreciate hitting the like. And do you have anything coming up on your channel that you want to tell people about? Either it's a video that you're putting up or a live show?
No, not right now, but I will be working on some videos. Like I'm actually working on a video for my podcast, a thing for my podcast, which I'll probably make into a video too. Something like, "Am I dating a psychopath?" Something like that. Yeah.
Is this from personal experience or just one of your writerly moments?
Well, you'll have to wait and see, won't you? Mass General Laws, Evidence 613A requires that the witness be shown the statement or its contents and have the opportunity to explain or deny. The rule is frequently applied in conjunction with voir dire. Thank you. That's true. Yep.
Okay. Well, hopefully Carol's here with us tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Rockbird said they couldn't find Margaret's stream. It's a Crime Media.
So basically, It's a Crime. If you could search on YouTube, It's a Crime with Margaret McLean, and the handle is at It's a Crime Media, all one word.
Because there is another channel called It's a Crime, and that's one thing that confuses people. And that one, so that one will come up. And I think it's a pretty big channel too.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then subscribe if you can. And one more subscriber.
And how do people, for people that are into podcasts, how do they find your podcast?
So if you have Spotify or if you have Apple Podcasts on your iPhone, go to It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And I do have a nice long series on the Anna Walsh case that is more than just what you get in the trial. It gets into, some of the things happening in the federal case. I've talked to some of her friends, Anna's friends, and so it gets into the psychology behind Brian Walshe as well. So it's a Crime with Margaret McLean on, wherever you listen to your podcasts. Yeah.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll see that. And Saturday, 4:00, I have a show where I'll be interviewing a man whose group develops artificial intelligence software to help develop drugs. So
yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Please check that out for us. And then I may be back Saturday night at 8:00. Their anonymous mass lawyer has another article out, which I haven't read yet. I've saved it. And he reached out to me yesterday to give me one clue onto his identity, and that's just that it is a he. Because I was really, tired of saying in the shows he or she.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't know. And he reached out to me to say that it is a he. But beyond that, I don't know anything at all about him. Just that I really enjoy his articles and that it's not me. That FKR still believes it's me. But so I may do that Saturday at 8.
Yeah, but you would never hold yourself out as a lawyer. I think it's definitely a lawyer.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a lawyer. It would never fool a lawyer or somebody. It only fools FKR types. That's all.
Yeah, as I said, I think it's a judge.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is either, but based on the writing, I feel like it might be. Maybe it's Carol.
Yeah, no, Carol's.
Oh no, it's a male. It's a male, right?
Yeah, it's a male, and Carol's more, not so much looking at the evidence, but she is someone on the other side on the Karen Reed case. So she, I'm not going to put words in her mouth. So, but that wouldn't be Carol on anonymous mass media. That's for sure.
It just sounds like a judge to me. I don't know why. It always has.
Maybe it's Joe. Maybe it's Joe Krowski.
Oh, it could be. Could be Joe.
But I don't know why he would want to be anonymous and then go on TV as non-anonymous. So
that's true.
I don't know.
That's why. So another reason I think, so most lawyers would not want to be anonymous. I would think, because I don't know, they have a law practice and they want to somewhat advertise their law practice and their intelligence. So that's why it could be a judge, because they really don't, maybe they're a judge currently and they don't want to go on and, so that's my thought.
Maybe, but this was a unique case because even Joe Krowski had told me he was worried about, that mob going after his daughter in college, and other lawyers have told me the same thing. So this is one case where if there was a lawyer who wanted to, how many other lawyers comment on it on the side of the prosecution? Very few. And I do think a lot of them are afraid. They just, they just don't want the hassle of dealing with that mob coming after them in social media.
Yeah, but
going after their families.
That's possible. I had a lawyer on my, in my channel quite a bit, and he wasn't afraid. But I think that, part of it too is if they're actively practicing, they might be out and about doing different cases on depositions, so they don't have time to really listen to the trial, and they're afraid you might ask a question that they just can't answer. So that could be it as well.
Or even Catherine Loftus, when she was first doing this a couple of years ago, and she was on her TikTok channel covering this from a neutral position. She wasn't anti-Karen. She was trying to do it right down the middle. That wasn't enough for them, and they started going after her, and she actually had to stop doing her show because of it. And after a long time, she came back.
Yeah, I thought like in the beginning, I don't know. I tried to analyze it as both sides. So these are this is the strength of the prosecution. This is the strength of the defense.
I was trying to keep myself perched firmly on the fence late in the summer of 2023 when that mob started coming after me, and it was just for asking questions.
Yeah,
that's it. So I wasn't telling anybody to conclude anything. At that point, I still didn't have enough of the evidence myself to draw conclusions or enough of an understanding. But yeah, they were coming after me just for asking questions. They don't like questions.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Okay. Well, we're going to wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, and we'll see everybody in the morning. And I do have a news show prepared for tonight. I'll shoot for getting on there at 6. I should oversell it and say something exciting happened in the news, but so far nothing has. But we'll do the show. I have everything made up except for the images. That's the part that takes me a little time and to get my half-assed slideshow going behind me. But thank you, Margaret, and thank you, Jen, if you're listening, and thank you, Judge Carroll, for helping us out.
Yes.
And everybody will be back in the morning.
Excellent. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.